Are we live?
Yeah.
Hey everybody! Welcome to an all new episode of SCNS Live Plays D&D.
D&D.
I am your indie DM.
Did you say indie DM?
Indie.
Ooh.
Like independent?
Nope. Neurodivergent.
Ah.
Yes. This is still too close. Okay. Yeah, and I almost started doing show stuff. How's everybody's week been?
Yeah.
I'm excited to play more D&D.
This is D&D. We do not ask how your week has been.
Pretty damn good. First week, new jobs. I'm like, yeah.
And you like it so far?
I'm loving it.
Like
Loving it.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
It's not a McDonald's.
It just made me think of the
Same hat. Same hat.
Dropout. There's a Dropout sketch where he's doing the
Both made a McDonald's
Macbeth,
joke.
the new chicken breakfast sandwich, the Macbeth.
The Macbeth.
He does a fake hat. It's phenomenal. Anyway,
I wore a pair of Macbeth sneakers to my first ever play in high school, and I choked
did
on a
you say
donut.
what they were?
I didn't. I just wore them, and yeah, I choked on a donut, which was somebody's cue, so somebody did not enter the scene. It was very awkward.
So,
Threw those shoes away.
I don't remember that part of Macbeth at all.
Yeah, I
I was just
personally have
chowing down on
never.
donuts.
I mean, is that what happened to his dad? Anyway, that's off that low. Anyway, so we're about to play D&D. We're gonna go around and say everybody's social. I'm the DM. I'm Better Cat, Twitter, Instagram, neither, both.
Jason the X.
Pretty-
At Jason the X on Instagram and Twitter.
How are you playing?
I'm playing Alabroth Druide, Dragonborn Cleric.
I'm Mia. You can't find me. And I play Ronnie, the Aragonasi Ranger.
Who also people can't find frequently.
Hello, my name is Octavia. I'm a high elf monk, and personally, my name is Cass. What is it? The Good Cass.
Good
there we
Cass.
go. On Twitter and Instagram, I copied Cat. So you were
And who is Octavia? What is she?
She's a high elf monk. I said that.
Hello, I play Brana, that's his name. Brana the Asmar Rogue. And I am Cora, and you can find me on Twitter and Instagram at CoraDonalArt.
Now also check us out at CNS Live on pretty much any social media platform, or go to our website or go to our website. Just go to the website, supercoolnerdshow.com, and yeah, catch up with us there, and then follow us on all the socials. Subscribe and create us a Patreon, and then pay for it. So, speaking of which, we have a sponsor message. Jason, do we have one?
Oh, crap.
I was going to remind you guys, and I didn't, and that's my bad.
Yeah, you should have reminded me.
What is the sponsor message, Jason?
The sponsor message is de-ice trays. Yes, get your de-ice trays. Now have a cool glass of whiskey while you wait for your dice to thaw out, and it'll bless them so they play better in a game. Yes, de-ice cubes. Just put your dice in the ice cube tray. I could have prepared something better.
I want that. I want it. I want
I'm
ice cubes
firing
shaped
off the
like
hip today.
dice.
De-ice cubes. Yes,
De-ice cubes.
at all major retailers.
Wait, are these edible dice? Are they just shaped ice for your drink? What is
No,
happening?
you just put dice.
I think you just
in-
freeze dice.
You're de-icing your dice.
Yeah, no, I mean,
So then are the trays hot? I'm so
no,
confused.
they're very cool.
Are you just putting your dice in
Y'all
the
are
freezer?
y'all put more thought into this than I did. So I'm just gonna tell you right now.
Also, I know baking your dice can weight them. What
Gross.
does freezing them do?
I'm picturing basically whiskey stones, but it's just dice.
I have one of those actually.
They're dice?
It's a D20 whiskey stone.
I want
I have
it.
one too.
You mean you used to have one and now I have one?
Yeah, exactly.
See, I was thinking of like a chemical de-icer that you were gonna freeze and put in your drink and then poison yourself. So
Hang on, let me write that down. Anyway, that's our sponsor message. If you want to sponsor us, hit me up, badmoon@supercoolnerdshow.com. We would love to have sponsors, and then we would put effort into the messages if that happened.
Please
happened
do not
last
poison yourself.
SCNS Live does
I'm
not
sorry,
approve
what?
of poisoning oneself.
Or anyone else for that matter.
Unless
Most other people. Fully half of the show was
For legal purposes, nobody else. But what you do on your time is your time.
exceptions are made if
That's-
the kid's an asshole.
That's still really incriminating.
Look.
Look, SCNS Live doesn't not endorse poisoning anyone.
unless you tell us to.
All right, let's not pull a Bill O'Reilly here. Let's.
SCNS hasn't yet ever endorsed killing somebody. Anybody so far.
Oh, the cast of Dancing with the Stars. I told them if Bill and I lost, I would murder all of them.
That's fair.
And now you've said it on camera. That's great.
No, I said it already on camera, but he
Yeah,
lost
you've
due to an
reiterated
injury,
it.
so I can't really count that one.
Yeah. That's at least not good, but
You were spared this time, Dance with the Stars.
So D&D last week, last session, what happened?
Yes, I'm going to tell you as the official notes.
the recast.
Nope, no
Doctor?
title for it.
Give us the recast.
Previously
The official person who writes everything down.
Alabroth, seriously, being extremely angry, decided to fight his way into a better headspace. Ronnie accompanied him. He was victorious and even got approval from his father. Meanwhile, Octavia and Brana went to Alabroth's home where Ember awaited. They decided to go see Alabroth fight. Brana cheered him on, and Octavia, not handling the crowd post her panic attack, bounced. She and Ember had a conversation talking about how it's not always necessary to be okay. They then went to a magic shop. Everyone went to a magic shop, finding all matter of
Interesting.
and strange items, spending their hard-earned cash. And I have a quote here from Kat: "Even goldfish can be slapped."
I have a quote here from me, which is that you think a king's ransom would buy more.
Yeah.
It was more than the exactly 0 gold you were promised. Yeah, so we left off. I don't remember the time of day just because I don't remember.
I think we
The
went
stuff
in
that,
the
like,
morning, so yeah, because we had a long rest.
after the fight.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually fun fact, or funny to me actually, that Ronnie, having never really had that much money, is not upset that he has way more money than he expected to, but is upset that it's still not enough to buy anything in this store.
Ronnie got like a million things.
Okay, he paid for 2 things,
Yes.
neither of which was like a super cool magic item.
Nope. The super cool magic items, for the most part, you guys didn't get.
It's okay. He doesn't need them.
Got a couple of them.
He got some cool stuff, and you got some cool boots. I don't know what y'all are talking
Yeah, no,
about. Y'all got some dope stuff.
I won those through the liberal application of other people's gambling. So
It's true. All of those things, those vials, for the record, were good. Like all of them. It's not a deck of many things. Or...
yeah.
Okay, so it is the morning. You guys are in. Yeah, you haven't really have an idea what you guys are going to do, but you come out of the magic shop, and I don't know. Did you discuss last night? Are you discussing now? Like. And we can play out the discussion, or you can just tell me which path. It's up to you.
Everyone, I'm going to need some materials, just a few things for casting spells.
What kinds of things?
A little bit of white cloth, some holy water, which I can make that myself. Some sticks, bones, fur, jeweled horn, and a diamond.
Jeweled
Jeweled horn and a diamond.
Jeweled horn?
Diamond.
Diamonds.
I need a diamond.
There is a jeweler, I think, around here, you said?
We know.
You guys know a jeweler.
Yes.
We
very well.
know a jeweler, you
Yes.
said?
You
I
might
said.
have a
The two
Joe
boxer
said-
gentlemen.
I know.
I require a
Cass
diamond.
forgot. Octavia knows.
There was a
Cass.
point one of you, someone in our party died, and I would like to have a diamond to The sorcerer. The
Yes.
sorcerer lady.
Yes, yeah, I don't even remember her. It's fine.
Well, I remember her.
Inside check.
I remember her dying, and I would like to not have that happen again. So if there was some way we could procure a diamond, it would be quite beneficial for all of you.
What's the jeweled horn for?
But you don't need to know that.
I'm very curious though.
Thing that you
feel
can
like we
just
do.
find?
It's if I want to cast clairvoyance.
Like a blow, like a.
I've
or like
honestly
a,
never done it
I was
before.
imagining
Like-
like a
like,
I honestly have no idea what it's supposed to look like. I'm just going through my book here. It's what I need.
just
I
a
think it would kind of
clarinet.
ruin clairvoyance if you have to open it up with.
just a trombone.
Clarinet of clairvoyance.
Clairvoyance is frequently used as like some sort of stealth.
Yeah.
But yes, items.
Yes.
As the friend of many band kids, I feel compelled to point out that a clarinet is not a horn.
I know. But it did go with clairvoyance very well.
I
Wow.
didn't know that.
I have a bit of a shopping list.
I was just thinking that how weird it was to think somebody is super nerdy, like in a D&D game. To be like, wow, what a nerd. But I just had that moment.
Wow, what a loser. You know what a horn is?
Oh my god.
I
Anyway,
actually already have some holy water, but I was gonna. I mean, that's just water in a vial. I can do the holy thing.
Okay, so we can go to.
Can I bless my own holy water?
huh?
I can bless my own holy water.
Yeah, you're
can,
right.
you
can make
you
holy water.
can. You are going to. We're gonna have to track something in relation to it, like the vial or something, so that it's
Okay.
not just limitless supply. But like,
It's
We'll
usually
work
it's
out
just
this-
a splash for most of them, but
yeah, we'll work out the exact mechanics later. But yes, you can make your own.
I feel like I also need, like, doodads for spell wreaths and stuff.
so an item shop would be
Do you need-
beneficial.
do you
for
need-
us.
I do have spells.
You do, but like, I think isn't most of them are.
I can't get into this. I don't know how.
Hmm?
How do I get in?
Well, you don't need any for your Genasi stuff, but you would for Ranger stuff. I
Yeah,
guess.
exactly. All the things that I can do because I'm a half monster, I can just do. But the things that I do because I'm a ranger, well, it's a monster race.
Do any of them have like cost components?
I don't think mine have cost components, so I can get them by just getting components.
Yeah. And there's definitely like, it probably even within the magic shop, you could just, if you want to just spend like, unless there's something super weird that you're doing, you can just spend say a gold on components and get whatever you need for all the costs.
Yeah,
On that
I mean,
note, have we made a decision if we're going to escort the king back to his kingdom or continue on our quest to find this dragon? And that
Isn't that the
Dragon?
quest?
is
Well,
it to
the-
find the dragon?
Well, not the dragon, but
The changeling?
the damn changeling, yes.
That's a
trying to-
pity. Finding the dragon would be a very easy quest to finish.
Much
But also
easier,
be
if we're
easier to
being
die
honest.
as well.
You
So,
say that, but somehow they didn't know he was there.
Yeah.
would it not be safer to, I guess, escort the king back to his kingdom?
I don't. Safer is not actually what I'm worried about.
Not for
Crazy
us.
enough.
They kidnapped him once.
I don't. We don't have a way of finding the change. We know that he was in a mountain. That's kind of it.
We don't have a lead on where
We
he's
don't
from.
really know. I think
We have a solid half of a lead. To be fair.
Solid half.
To be
solid
fair,
half. Solid half.
Yeah.
A hardy maybe. very strong kind of.
But in the meantime, can we visit an item shop and then maybe stop
Yeah,
by?
stop by
Max to see
our
if-
cat friend.
Mac.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a firm idea of how we could get more of a clue.
The items you can get in the magic shop, the other components you need to visit Mac
Yeah,
for this
I-
stuff.
Yeah, literally holy water, white cloth, some sticks, some bones.
Did you say white claw?
Yeah, just white cloth, plain white cloth.
Cloth.
All you need is a strip
I
of
was
it.
like, you need a white claw? I didn't know this existed.
Yes,
That's what Octavia needs to get.
Yeah,
to
I
her
gave
magic.
you.
going
every
to get
time
lit
you
on a
went
Saturday
anywhere.
on some alcoholic
Let's
seltzer.
do some magic,
And the
everybody.
worst one, too.
Yeah.
Um,
Almost every other
I've
brand is better
never
than
drank
White
a White
Claw.
Claw before. I
They're
never will.
fine.
Never will.
They're-
How about Chico makes some good seltzers?
Absolutely will not. Anyway.
yes, so you can get the other components there if there's a cost associated at the
Oh, the
magic
shop.
shop.
Currently at? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you
Oh.
need Mac for the jewels, but it makes sense that a magic shop would have components.
Okay, I'm going to.
Like you could
And
get the
our-
dragon bones or scales there.
Okay, cool. So I've got a written list of holy water, white cloth, sticks, bones,
We can find sticks
a
anywhere.
few tokens.
Octavia.
I don't know specifically what type of token it is. I'm sorry.
Some outshoots of somebody's staff. Which is,
Fur or leather. Oh, sorry. It can either be sticks, bones, or tokens. I'm gonna go with some sticks or bones. I don't know what tokens.
For augury?
It's a token.
what
as
you
if
get
it-
at Chuck E. Cheese.
It doesn't mean like
That's
no, not
exactly
a
what I was
token for
thinking,
games.
yeah.
It just means a token of some sort, like sticks or bones. So.
Yeah, but in my mind, it's just gonna be
Right, is that
It's-
for
it's
augury?
always
like
gonna be
main
like,
event.
Is
Main
it augury?
event,
Yes, it is.
Peter
and I'm
Piper
going to use that.
Pizza.
20,
Chuck E.
it's
Cheese.
25 gold, and
Uh-huh,
you don't
25 G. Yeah.
you don't have to expend it every time, but you do have to expend it the first time.
Okay.
So like, go ahead and grab those. Have you guys kept up with your gold totals? Yep.
Mhm.
Good. And the cloth, I assume you probably have grabbed cloth from your parents' house. It's not a big
Okay,
deal.
yeah.
I don't think there's any cost
But
for that.
still
anyway.
mother's bed sheets, I see.
Yeah, most of my components could probably be very easily scavenged from the wilderness. However,
If that's the way, like, you can do that. You can have done that if you want. You don't have to buy them in the shop if it's.
well, there are some things that I have to get in the shop,
Mm.
which is just like powdered silver and iron.
There's not a
I
cost
do
for
need,
powdered silver.
Nope,
Um,
because it's not a substantial enough price that it's going to give you a price for it.
yeah, the powdered silver, maybe not there, but Max gotta have some. Like,
I'll be just like, do you have any like dust?
Okay, instead of a jewel horn, I'm going to ask, do you have a glass eye? It's going to be a
you're
100.
asking the lady at the
Yeah,
magic
it's going to
shop.
be 100 GP for a glass eye. So.
She, when you ask, she just kind of looks at you, and she goes, "No, this one just kind of wanders off sometimes." Rude.
I'm just not going to address that, but I meant an actual singular glass eye, preferably one that you have not used.
Picky.
Why? I mean, the question is.
Because there could be an option of pulling one out of a head and put it on the counter.
Yes,
I
but
don't know.
a glass eye that somebody pulled it out of a head. Would you rather that person be someone that
I'd
you
rather have not have
know?
immediate knowledge that it
So
happened.
it's like a wig. You don't really want to think about whose head it came from.
It's more of a fake mustache.
But the fake mustache that you have did come from somebody that you know.
Yes, that's just true.
So how's it any weirder with the glass eye?
Do you have a glass eye?
I don't know. She sent her grandson back to go dig through a couple portable holes, see what they have, and after about 5 minutes of her muttering under her breath and just kind of sitting there, he comes back out and he has one. He says he's like, I found it. I don't know how much Grandma. Like, she doesn't even look at it. She's like 100 gold. It's 100 gold,
Fair
right?
enough. Yeah, it's 100 GP.
Yeah.
So with that and
Do they come in pairs?
The dragons, the
What?
yeah, the fur and leather,
Just my time to class.
it should be like 150 GP I've spent.
So are we.
what's the fur and leather?
It's more concentrated. It takes
Wait a
much
minute,
more
it wasn't
skill
for
to make
the
nice
glass
rhyme.
eyes.
It's
and
just
then-
Put sand in a fire.
The token.
The token is 25.
Yeah, okay.
I've
So
never put sand in the
125.
fire. We'll
Okay.
put the fire out.
Yeah, she'll give you even on that.
Or also, got a well-worn, or barely used warhammer here. I'd be willing to part with it for 75 GP, maybe.
Like a cup. You need a cup of sand in a fire?
Oh, yeah. We're discussing how glass is made over here.
I'm still more worried about whether glass eyes come in pairs like normal eyes do.
Yeah.
Are we getting two?
First off, you're getting 2 glass eyes. You are blind. You are not caring about your
At
appearance.
that point, who cares?
Well, if it's magic.
It's not magic at all.
Oh.
It's magic when I do something with it. But
Oh, okay.
I just think it's really rude to make that assumption that they don't care. Maybe they used to see you and just care. Brana, what do you think?
it's going to be extremely
Just
awkward.
wear those cool
2
sunglasses,
glass
though.
eyes.
I do think it is probably
Just
more
going all
common
over the
to have
place.
one glass eye than 2 glass eyes.
Yeah.
But yeah, and she looks at you and she looks at the Warhammer and she goes, seeing as how new Warhammers are about 15 gold.
Oh, this one isn't new though. Wait,
5 gold.
this one has history behind it.
3 gold.
The more you talk, the lower she's gonna make
I
it.
know this is not going well. This
You seem like you're doing the opposite of that thing I asked Brana to do.
there has to be something.
Where you talk and then it gets better.
I'm sorry, you were giving people advice about talking.
I believe we agreed on 5.
You remember how we met.
Octavia walks outside.
I believe 5 gold would be fine for that. Okay, so
Are you good
let me
at
do the
talking?
math here.
Sometimes.
120.
Huh?
Hold on.
120.
I can't salvage what just happened though.
No, it was really funny though.
Oh. There's no saving me.
So yeah, you guys.
I think we're going to Max.
Yeah, let's run it. What? Come on, man.
Which he did tell us. I don't have it in my notes where he lives.
He has a store.
I also don't have that in my notes.
I probably didn't make up one for him.
We
I
can,
mean, tell you.
we can go with like the pretend knowledge that he told us and we remember.
Pretend
Yeah.
knowledge is an amazing term.
Yeah,
But I
he
have a
has
lot of-
he has a little shop on the upper tier, because most mining stuff is up there. I forget where I think the Attune Adventure was up there too, actually. So,
See?
yeah, you're about 5 minutes, 10 minutes from his place.
Oh,
What is it called?
Hmm?
His shop? What is it called?
You totally know.
Okay. I have a space for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Max.
It's called Frost Yourself. It's an ice town, and it's diamonds. So, what was that? Frost
Wasn't that
Yourself?
from
12 GP.
from
How
the
to
Halle
Lose a
Berry
Guy?
Cat Woman movie?
Please don't ever mention it.
Where like the slogan is like "Frost yourself."
I think it's
It
from How to
sounds
Lose
like
a
Arnold
Guy in 10
Schwarzenegger.
Days. I
I'm
think
gonna
that's
have
the
to watch that
campaign he
movie.
was trying to. It's not good. That he was trying to sell because he
Wait.
works for Diamond. Whatever.
Who?
In How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
Matthew.
Oh,
Matthew
it
McConaughey.
could have been. That sounds familiar.
Okay.
I think
deducted
it's
the-
what he wants to sell the. I think he's in marketing and he wants to sell a client, and it's Frost Yourself. But I
I
don't
just
know.
know it's Matthew McConaughey.
Money deducted, so we're good.
Yeah. So
Hello,
Frost Yourself.
Mac.
Wait.
Is he here?
Uh,
We walk in.
yeah, you walk in. He's sitting back there. It's weird to see like cat eyes, but like zoomed in. But he's got like those goggles
They're
on,
really big.
and he's like tinkering with something, and like
Should have given the little girl my hammer.
you're what?
Should have given the little
Yeah, you
tabaxi my
should've.
hammer. She did so good with it. She was the one that actually like got off.
He.
No, I thought it was
He.
Dash that did.
Twin boys.
They're
and
twin
the,
boys.
Oh,
The,
twin boys.
baby, I
Oh.
think, is a girl.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
No,
it
they're
was,
all boys?
it was
They're
Dash
all
that was
boys.
able to like, you know. But
The
that's
baby is
Julie, I think.
a Benji.
Mm.
I'll give him 5 gold.
I
until
wrote down
there's a
all their
hammer in the
names, but
magic
it's
shop.
like I have to flip back in my notes. I said I wrote down all of their names, but I would have to flip back in my notes, and I don't want to.
Yeah, no, don't. Like, but if you want to retcon it and take 5 gold, you're more than welcome to do that.
It's Mac, Dash, Doll, and Benji.
Yeah.
That's so
Jason, do you want to retcon the trading in the hammer? That's fine if you want to do that.
Sure. Go
Okay.
ahead and eat that.
So
5 gold.
yeah, subtract 5 more gold and you're good. So yeah, he's sitting there like, I don't. You guys can roll a perception check to if you want to know specifically what he's doing. That's not a big deal.
Amazing. 24.
There we go.
Of course, you get a. I want to reward the good rolls, but it was just like so. He's setting a jewel in a ring.
Okay. Octavia notices.
Yeah,
I know what he's doing.
I will say
Ronnie
like.
will brazenly assume that he's making jewelry because that's what
Yeah,
he does.
that makes sense. With that roll, like you're kind of very impressed for a second. He has claws, and you like can pick up these tiny like setting stones somehow, and then you see like a little thing on the tip of one. He's got like almost like a static thing to help him grab them, and then he's setting them in.
Oh, that's cool.
It's almost like it's like magnetizing
Yeah.
screws and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are the kids there?
You don't immediately see them.
Oh, okay.
Do I?
What?
With a 24
Octavia sees
perception,
all.
you hear. What could you hear? You're a little attuned to the baby at this point, and you kind of hear some kind of like cooing, gargling, like just generic baby noises.
From where?
Huh?
From where?
Like so many of the shops, most of it exists in that back room. You have a feeling he wouldn't even be doing this thing out here, except somebody has to watch the store. So.
Albroth probably doesn't see the kids and probably goes, "Young warriors!"
You hear like a little bit of scuffling, and then the first thing you see is actually Benji's walking a little bit
Oh.
out the door, and right behind him are 2 very proud twin boys. Like, apparently this is new.
Drop down and like, ah! And
Benji like drops to all fours, and like his tail goes up a little bit, and he goes, and he like runs and kind of like attacks you, but like not hardcore.
right.
He's like scratching.
Yeah, they're scales.
Yeah, at one point he actually
Trying to hiss, but
touches
it's
you
like-
a tiny bit in between one. You're like, oh, that actually does. Like when a baby grabs your
It's
hair,
actually
and you're
yeah,
like,
good one.
okay.
Well, because they always get this right here.
Yeah.
They always find the one hair that's gonna hurt the most.
And then you don't hear anything else for a minute because both of the boys are trying to talk to you at once about your fight.
I'll sit there and probably go like, trying to
You
pay
hear
as
a
close
chorus
attention as I
of,
can.
that was so cool, and then I thought, and then you
Yeah,
looked
when you
at
did
it.
that,
At first you looked upset. Were you worried? Like,
Indeed, yes.
and Max just kind of sitting there, and then after a second, Sylvie walks out from behind. They have an attached kind of apartment. You can see now, or you start to get the vibe. You notice there's a second story, and now you're just like, that makes
Like
sense.
Bob's
They're
Burgers?
probably, yeah. Like, very much how I'd want to run things. Like, but yeah, she walks out from the back, and like, it's kind of amusing. Neither of them like try to correct the boys. They just kind of sit there and watch. You don't seem
Clearly I'm
bothered,
not
and
going
so.
to either. Although
Yeah.
upon seeing Sylvie, I will say, excuse me, Miss Sylvie.
As soon as you say something, they actually like, they stop talking. They don't look hurt or upset to be interrupted. Pretty well mannered.
I was just gonna While we were on the road, the young warriors were actually very
You
adept.
take her aside a little bit.
A little bit. I want to get her permission first.
When you said excuse me and it was clear that you're talking to her, Matt calls the boys over to him and he's showing them.
And I'll
what
walk
it is.
over to Mac as well.
Okay.
They were very adept with my old warhammer.
She smiles and she goes, "That's nice to hear. Thank you."
With your permission, would it be okay? And I kind of just, if I could give them this. I understand if it's a bit of a rough thing for them to have, but with your permission as their mother, I would never overstep my boundaries. But if you would,
She smiles and she's like, "I really appreciate that. We're a family. We fight.
I'm pretty sure you'll have them go outside and swing this around.
I mean, I'll probably keep an eye on them for a while, like with it.
I would assume.
That's
So.
a
So
hefty weapon, but yes, you're welcome."
It's okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Excuse me, young warriors, come here.
They're kind of listening to their dad a little half-heartedly, like, sure, I guess, Jules, and they run back over to you and just look.
Okay, so boys, the fight that you saw, as you see, I used my hammer in that, and you two were very good with it, and I think that you could probably use a little bit more practice. So I'm going to give you my old warhammer. You ought to split your time with it and share.
They look at each other, and they look at you, and then they both look at different parents, which is weird. For a second, and they
I asked
kind
the
of.
warrior of the two, mind you. That was intentional.
Max picked up on the fact that you got permission, and he like glances at Sylvie when she nods. He nods at them, and then have you ever seen one of those videos where like a kid gets a puppy like he's wanted for so long?
He just cries.
They do that,
Yeah.
both of them, and they Dash comes and he gets it and he's just kind of cradles it and he starts crying. The other one like gives you a hug. Doll gives you a hug and is crying and he's like, they're like, "Thank you. We're gonna be so good at it."
I'd toss her both their hair and just be like, "That's what I thought. That's why you're getting it."
And
I feel pretty proud.
Sylvie
Right?
Sylvie says, well, you guys have 2 or 3 years, or 2 years of birthdays that we missed. I think we're trying to get you guys something, but I'm pretty sure we can get another one if you want to both have one. And, they both perk up and Doll's, Dash is holding yours, I think that's what I just said. Yeah, Dash is like, "I want this one," and Doll's like, "I want the new one," at the exact same time.
Fair enough.
That worked out really nice.
And
Well, he was good with it, though.
Yeah.
I think he was the one
He
who
was the one who
critted
like,
with it.
smashed it right into the ground.
Yeah. And Sylvie just smiles and she's like, "It'll be, we heal fast, so that's good." She goes, "What do you say?" And they both look at you and they go, "Thank you!" And they run outside. And Mac's like, it's fine.
Oh, they'll be fine. I'm sure. They'll be fine.
Did you talk to him about anything
Yeah,
specific?
while that was going on, and just gonna walk up to Mac and be like, we actually have a little bit of business, if that's okay. Yes, so,
He goes, "We forget so quickly. You are very awkward still." Anyway, go on. Business.
I'm actually hoping for a fairly well-cut diamond. It helps with something magic life.
It's for a spell component.
That one.
Oh.
I am able to do something called Revivify should one of my party members fall. But it is a very costly spell.
Yes, you are. I forget you are very strong. It has been a minute since a healer requested, I think. And you realize it would make sense that like the main jeweler in the town, if they've been around for a while, would know precisely what diamond that is. It's probably the most common cost spell component that exists. So he's like, he glances at Sylvie and she's like, I think we have one. And she goes into the back room for a couple minutes, comes back, and sure enough, she has a diamond perfectly suited.
Come on.
I mean, like, I get caught up in the economy of, like, the spell consumes it, so there's a finite supply that,
Not all spell components are consumed.
right, but this one is.
Specifically revivify us. But we're
Does
also
it
right next to a... No, it's not Diamond Mithril, right?
Hmm?
The
Mithril
mine
mines.
that we're right next to?
It was mostly platinum and nickel.
Yeah, okay.
But also, like, there's a number of mines up there,
Yeah.
resource-rich areas. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, in the world, there's a finite supply of them, and they're dwindling
Yeah.
because clerics use them and then they're gone. It doesn't happen in our world. I just think it's crazy. But yeah, she comes back. She has one, and she goes, "It's the last one. You're welcome to it, though."
How much will we owe you on this?
They're 300 gold. Yes.
300 GP.
And Matt goes,
I can give you 200.
Okay, that's good because I have 216.
Yeah.
Matt goes, he goes, for you it's 280. 280 will be fine. And she, like, you notice that she agrees with no hesitation.
If you're sure.
Of course.
Okay, you're gonna.
Frosted give you 200. Right, that's 20 platinum.
Hmm?
Yeah,
Yeah.
20 platinum.
Mm-hmm.
I'll ask Mac if I can get a thing of powdered silver and powdered iron.
He actually has powdered silver from drilling into stuff and whatever, and I don't think there's cost for any of it. So he's just like, he's like the powder of like just powder. Sure.
Yeah, just powder.
Sure. And yeah, he grabs.
It's like asking someone if I can have some of their sawdust.
I was trying to think, like, would he have separated it? And then I realized that, like, I don't know about metalworking, but, like, so many different things, you have to use different tools to do it in the first place. And silver's supposed to be, I think, softer than iron is. So they're probably in different places. So, yeah, he grabs you 2 bags of sawdust. And it's
Essentially.
like,
Jewelry sawdust.
And I give him 28 bucks.
dope.
And I give him a very hearty thank you.
And he looks at you and he's like, should we be keeping selling this? Like a little? Did not know it had value to anyone.
I don't know how much value it's worth, but if you want to save it as a spell component, that would be a good idea.
Maybe keep 1 or 2 of each. You know, just in case.
1 or 2 powder?
Like a
Pouches?
that.
Make an insight check.
Okay. 14.
She's fucking with you because it's funny. And it takes you a minute. With a 14, you start to explain it, and then you're just like, and you kind of see him.
I get right to the that. Oh. Okay.
When Sylvie goes, and Mac looks up at her and like your ear might be irritated for a second, but it is cute that he looks at her when she chuckles, and it was like it's like Stephen Colbert
Yep.
with his wife. Yeah, he's so happy when he makes her laugh. So
So you just have fun times.
she looks at him, she looks at Mac, and she goes, for 3 days. 3 days of this. And he goes, it gets a little easier for her, I think. But sometimes you never know. Sometimes they stab themselves with...
I was testing. It was an experiment. We're trying to figure. There
Ron
was
is just
magic,
not
and it was kind of his
This is
fault.
going to be.
This wasn't my fault. You're the one
Sylvie
that came up
looks
with the
You're the one
idea.
that did it.
You came up with the
Roll another
idea.
insight check.
That's fantastic. 23.
Pretty fast, you see Sylvie glance at Mac, and she goes, after the first second, she goes, start from the beginning, and then, like, immediately you're like, I think she's fucking with me now.
Just to be clear, that like bark of laughter was Ronnie.
Yeah, we're just sitting over here like, it's like 2 flavors of awkward meat to make a super flavor of it. Of something.
Mac's like-
if you add a little bit of salt to something
There's
sweet, it
and-
makes it sweeter.
And there's the salt right there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where?
Oh, that one right there.
No. This is a private conversation. Y'all are arguing.
I
Oh
don't-
yeah, we're yelling at
I
each
don't
other.
hear that.
It's basically your fault. Okay, but the one that has the knife, I think.
You are the one that told me to
Oh,
stop
so
you.
if your friends jump off a bridge and they tell you, wait.
I pull out my spell book and just kind of show Ronnie the silent spell, just like.
I wouldn't jump off a bridge if my friends told me to.
Mac's
But
just
you're the one
like,
that told me to stop you, and
whatever.
you're the one getting stabbed.
Mac's like, I wish I had more diamonds to sell you. I think you may need them.
Someone's going to die,
Yes.
one way or another. I guess.
Hopefully,
You made a good argument.
Not by-
that it would be good.
in fighting, so
They
hopefully
stabbed
fighting
us.
something
They
else.
literally
There's
stabbed
another
themselves. It's
I
quite
was
disconcerting.
there.
Magic wise.
I don't
very
understand.
weird.
I know, Mac. Are you
Did you
two
get the gist of that?
quite
Sylvie?
finished?
Of the what?
I said, did you get the gist of that,
We're
Sylvie?
We're done.
She looks at you and she goes,
Was it the spell book again?
Mac told me the story the first night. Just wanted to see what you would say.
Flick of the hair, arms crossed.
You guys should call yourselves the loud guys.
Oh, good. No components for that one.
Weren't you going to get another? Did your trumpet made of jewelry?
No, I've got bones.
Okay.
Sure.
Was it a trumpet? Or was
No,
it...
it was a jeweled horn. It's,
Well, like what kind of horn?
I don't know, man.
He's like, we have some bard shit, if that's what you're after.
I don't know. It's them that knows about magic.
You know about magic too, don't
Clearly, I don't. They make fun of me and test the magic. Oh, it's so funny.
Sylvia goes, so you're a diplomat, right? And you just feel inordinately picked on by the whole day. Based off your last check, like, you know right away, like, she's playfully making a point at you.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna be alright.
Uh-huh. 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 Ambassador of representing that country in this country. Okay. And she kind of straightens her shoulders and pushes her hair back a little bit. Like, her completely slicked back hair. She's like trying does this.
It's more like
back. Yeah.
like this.
Purposeful.
I know there's an easier way to search for components, like what you need, like it says, but
I don't think there is. I've tried.
anyway.
I mean,
Alright.
all of my spell components except that one are like ashes from wood that I would burn and sticks from wood that I would get in the woods.
Rangers, yeah.
Yeah, rangers.
It's like, it's shit you found in the forest.
You know,
Or shit you
ranger
burned
shit.
in the forest.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, am I good at identifying different types of trees? Done.
Just
They're like, Mac's like, so where are you staying in town? Are you?
kind of splitting time between my folks' place and an inn.
I think we're actually headed out of town though. Today, actually.
Have we made that
Cool.
choice?
Either way, probably
Well.
leaving, right?
Hmm.
Depends we're doing and if we're certain people are going with us.
Sylvie, like, says it was nice to see you guys, and, like, she takes Benji back to feed him breakfast. It's pretty early, still, like 9:30-ish.
Yeah.
And so, the boys come in a minute or so, and, like, one of them is, like, kind of, like, limping a little. It's just like,
Oh, that didn't land.
Mac looks up and he just kind of looks amused, honestly, but like, and it's Doll is limping and Dash is following, and he's like, I didn't hit him that hard, or hit him with, and I didn't hit him with the blade part either. It just kind of like,
Oh,
does
then it's
it
fine.
have a blade?
It's a hammer.
It's a hammer. No, it's like it was like.
If you look up Warhammer, like the
It
backs
does
will
have
be
a
the
spike.
block, and
Yeah.
then it will have like it's like an axe.
Yeah.
But
Sure.
no. Anyway, but he's like, I just hit him with the like.
Oh, it's fine. I'm Dragonborn. It's like, oh, that's fine.
I mean,
Oh,
there are
he was
many
protesting at his
toddlers
dad,
who have a
not
lot
at
of
you.
experience dropping heavy things on their feet.
It'll be fine. They heal, the bones grow. You know, they'll be fine.
Mac looks at both of the kids and he's like, that is, first of all, yes, you will hurt during training. And it is good to be careful. It does happen. And, goes over and he looks at Doll for a second and he's protecting he was limping, but he was on all fours. He's protecting his arm, and he takes it for a second. And then he's like, and he just like pulls it out straight, and he's like, ah, and he's like, you're fine. And he goes and sits back down, and sure enough, like he kind of like sits there, and he's like, it's okay. What's for breakfast? And they run back.
I think I must be going.
With that, let's leave you to your meal. Mac, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
No problem. Come back next time
Hopefully,
you're
I
here.
don't need to use it anytime soon.
He
Please
looks
stay
around
alive.
at all of you guys, and he's like, well, you have it, so that's
Better
good.
to have it and not need it.
Sure.
Gonna keep that close on the top of the pouch. There we go.
Thank you, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Sure. Come
Alright.
back next time you're here. Safe travels.
Oh, of course.
And he he comes out and he shakes each of your hands, and yeah, you guys head out.
We'll see you around.
So,
Should be making a decision.
Should is doing a lot of work there.
so, king or changeling?
I don't think we have enough information on the changeling. I think.
Well, we do have a solid idea for gaining a lead,
Which was?
which was we know that there is another path in, and by your ability to see in the dark, we can guesstimate a range of area where there might be a door. So the idea would be to explore that and see if we can find any traces, because this is the first time we've run into the changeling since we were framed for arson
Murder.
and murder, both.
All of it, but murder was
Yeah.
the big one.
The murder was the big problem, but also arson.
Yes, you burned down the burden lifters stable.
Yes. No, we did
Two of you.
we did
You
clear
don't
our
know
name
which two.
for at least one murder, but
It may be beneficial.
And the arson, because you were actually under house arrest when it happened.
oh, that's true.
It may be beneficial for the king if we escorted him and he made some sort of official proclamation that, please don't behead any of us should you catch us in the streets.
Yeah, but judging by the history of missing king, it might benefit for the king to have more people around to ensure he does not go missing again. Either one of those, we don't have much we can do to further our goals.
I feel like, and this is tell me if this is not true, because it may not be. I feel like Ronnie's fighting with the fact that he'd be so good in the mountains at the exploring thing. There's a lot of reasons why it might make more sense to go the other route, but it's difficult too, because you're like, this is my thing. I'm good at this.
Yeah, he's...
Is there any of that?
There's kind of a lot of that, which he feels like the thing that they were planning to do, specifically, after being framed for murder and arson, was to get the changeling. This is the first time that we've come across him since, and the things that we would need to do to find him are things that he should be pretty good at. So it makes a lot of sense to do that, but he does think that the king is important, and so it would be bad to abandon him to whatever fate's in store for him, be it good or bad.
Roll an insight check.
Okay.
Insight or history, but probably insight.
Insight. The question of what Ronnie knows about history is not a lot.
Yeah.
17.
Do you know, like, on the other hand, it's like having a guard for the king, like, you guys you don't draw a lot of attention. You're kind of freaks as far as your appearance, but you don't draw a lot of super important type of attention. And you do know that Alabras' dad has like a whole posse of people who are familiar with the mines, at least to some extent. So it's like on the one hand, and then on the other hand, like it, at least you don't feel as bad about leaving from a, like, if they'll be able to do that perspective, like scout the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
It is up to you guys though.
Yeah, the fact that despite being a band of weirdos, that we don't actually draw a lot of attention to
You don't
ourselves.
draw, you
The
don't,
common dragon.
no, you don't draw attention like, you draw a lot of attention, you don't draw a lot of people thinking that you're very rich and very important.
Yeah, which would be a reason
You're not
that
a
it would be
hugely
good for us to
intimidating
escort the
group. Yeah. Status. You don't exude a ton of status. You draw the attention.
We don't look official in any capacity, except for maybe if, we have like a bag that says the strong guys with capitals at the beginning of each word.
TM.
TM. With
Go
the C
ahead
with the
and
little circle.
roll one more check of just you. Roll a perception check.
21.
Oh wow. As you're going through this thought process, you stop for a sec, kind of look at the rest of your group. There's some new shiny magic items. And you just start to notice, like, you guys have been together almost a month now. I think, right around that. And you look at it and you're like, wow, it seems already like Octavia's starting to grow into her robes a little bit more. She looks less uncomfortable in them. Alabroth doesn't have like the pretentious air to the extent that he did at first, where he's trying to exude a presence, and as a result, ironically, he does exude more of a presence because he's just comfortable, like more comfortable in his skin. And Brana, you just like
Chill, bro.
no, like it's kind of nice. Do you think Brana's doing the quarterstaff thing right now, or
I mean, kind of, but
half-hearted attempt?
yeah, because he's
You know, you were the first one to figure that out in this group, and you look at it and you're like, you have some admiration for how practiced he is at it and how dedicated he is to the idea of it, even when it's just kind of like,
Very much not anything that's needed.
every once in a while something catches his attention, you see him look over there and you're like, well, that's not great for the illusion, but like whatever. But you're like, we're starting to look like a thing of some sort. And you look at your friends, kind of heartwarming. They're all like comfortable hanging out and palling around.
Probably awkwardly swinging a mace around like.
Yeah, we don't have anyone standing with their shoulders too far back.
You remember the first time that you met Albroth, like when you guys left the tavern, and he was like trying to be intimidating and rough, and
Nothing.
as his competency has grown, he's less worried about if he looks scary because he's getting more confident in the fact that he actually can do the things. And I assume that you're headed back towards your parents' house right now,
Well,
because whatever the thing is.
We should also confer with the king what he wants.
Right, and that's where he is.
Not force ourselves upon the man, but definitely offer our services.
Don't ever say that again.
What? Force ourselves upon?
Force ourselves upon. Hard pass.
Intrude upon his.
There we go.
person. There.
Much better.
So you,
Heading towards Albroth.
yeah, when you get there, it takes a while because Mac's in the top tier and you're in the bottom, and so like you walk back. Your family does kind of like a brunch thing where it's bigger meal, because the people who do the mines at the very beginning of the day, they get up at like the ass crack of dawn. So they do a breakfast for the people who aren't up that early at like about 10, kind of a brunch thing. There's always,
I mean, Albroth sees food, so, you know.
there's all of the meat because it's a Dragonborn family. There's squirrel, rabbit, snake, and then pork and something you don't know what it is, and yeah, just there's even some steak.
I mean, that's it's food now.
It's a good 80% meat.
Probably talking to y'all with a mouth full of something or another.
Kind of disgusting.
Nope. Nope. Not my favorite. Nope. Don't like it.
Everybody's that you've known is kind of pretty much there. River's fully sitting on again,
Mythic.
yes, Method's lap. And they're just like being newly engaged.
I probably look at her
Like at one point, they're not looking. They're that couple that like won't engage with anyone. Just right now, they're very much into each other and only each other.
probably like beam a little bit, like go look at them on there, adorable.
I mean, they've been together like 7 years or something, so it's kind of cute to see the romance going strong, and
I
even
believe
like
she's getting married. It's going to be so great.
every once in a while, River will turn around, just like feed her a bite of whatever she's eating. Just really cute.
Having returned from the little ranger's room and washing his hands before dinner, Ronnie will figure
As they teach in Ranger School.
what are we eating?
Breakfast.
Mate!
Like they have a brunch kind of thing.
Of meat.
Octavia's picking through like eggs.
We got
Anything.
late.
It's been a minute since she's seen a mountain of eggs, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it happens. And there's enough of other stuff. I said like 70-80% meat, but it's a huge spread because Dragonborn
A lot.
Yeah.
and your family specifically is big. Just a bunch of big people.
So, which one of us is going to speak with the king that's not Octavia?
I would love to be in the room.
I could grant guidance if it would help.
No, I'm 100% on your side. I don't think I should talk.
Okay, good.
So the king walks up to you guys and he's like, so what's
Yes.
this?
Your Majesty,
I'd like to get your thoughts on the matter.
Sure. What on this? He's like it's whatever, right? Like it's,
it would be imperative that you return to your seat of power, Your
I'm
Majesty.
not asking questions about what I need to do. Are you gonna do the? When Ember walks up and she's like, "What's up?"
Would you like us to accompany you?
Well, I need someone. Probably.
Oh, well,
Well,
It's up to you which you want to do. My
Well,
understanding
you
is there's
s-
fairly
yeah,
limited resources and
yeah, you do certainly need someone to accompany you, but what would your preference be? We do look a little less official, but we're also a little less experienced.
he kind of hand waves, and without even a check, you see he doesn't give a fuck about status. Like, that's not a concern to him at all. And he sits there and he's like, huh. And he sits there and he kind of looks pretty sad for a second. He's like, whatever the odds are that my boys will be found, that is my priority. So, I know I cannot travel alone. He's like, whatever. And he looks at Ember and he's like, you guys think would be more efficient would be my preference.
Well, we would like to ensure your return to your seat, and then we will double our efforts in finding your boys.
Great, I appreciate that. That works for me.
And then we can tell, oh hell, what's his name? What's your dad's name?
Who?
Your dad.
Sistak.
Yes, we can tell Sistak, like, the general area that we think the traces might be found for.
You already
we
did.
suspect have that.
I think.
Conferred that. Okay, they have that knowledge. Yeah.
You did, or you told Ember. No, you guys were talking to the king and Ember, and then you went in because he
Downstairs.
was.
In the pits.
Huh?
Downstairs in the pits.
Oh yeah.
You
Yeah,
filled in
after
the
fact.
rest of it there. You told the first part, like. Anyway. But yes, you've conveyed that information. You actually notice at this point you don't see Sistak, and you see. There's a lot fewer men and the more outdoorsy. There's fewer men and women there than you have seen most days, and
The people we
Ember's.
see are the more homebody types.
For the most part, there's a couple of like guards over near where the king was sitting eating breakfast. So yeah, they're gonna guard him because
They're
Yeah.
guards.
yeah. But the rest of like everybody is missing, and Ember looks at you guys and she goes, they went to nope. Where is it?
Kilo.
Hello. They went to explore mines early, regardless of what decisions you guys made to do something. And she looks around, she's like, oh, new stuff. Cool.
I will like specifically like show her my bow.
She gets really excited. Like, monks get weirdly excited in my experience around weapons because they don't use them that often. So they're like, oh, it's cool. She asks about their range and stuff, and she picks it up. You can tell instantly she has no idea about any of it, but she likes it. She looks at you, Octavia, and she goes, what
I
did...
chose exactly the wrong snack. I'm so sorry. Here we go.
What did you get? Great. Good talk. Yes.
I'm gonna choke on these.
Apologies. Sorry.
What about some mask stuff can be normal looking?
Normal looking.
Normal looking, not normal acting.
She looks at you and she goes, that is a moving target, I feel like, for all of it. Normal. Even normal looking, hard to hit sometimes.
I want to see you put it on. I want to see what you look like when you're normal looking.
It's kind of what they decide is normal, yes?
Well, that's what I want to see.
Do I have to attune it first before I use it?
Yes, but you can have attuned it since you left the shop. I might be pickier about it at other times, but you're not going to get in combat
We've
right
had
away, so
brunch.
like...
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's been on
you
my
attune
person
over
for-
breakfast. Sorry, brunch. So yeah.
He puts the mask on, and his white hair turns like this nice, like thick black hair. All of his white freckles turn darker, like normal freckles, and his eyes go from being white to being a bright blue.
But not like
Cool.
bright blue, like a bright
Yeah,
blue,
like a natural,
like a person bright blue.
yeah, like a nice rich, brighter blue.
Like
What
Charlotte's
shade of blue? My eyes are also blue. They're just really
Mine.
dark.
I'm trying to find like something It looks blue.
Cass's eyes are blue. Octavia's eyes are green.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I was saying. Yeah, my Cass's eyes are blue.
Like our cloth back there, behind you, like a rich blue.
Is that what your family looks like?
Yeah.
Cool.
I also throw my mustache on. Look at that. We're both masters
Not
of
the same
espionage.
thing. No. No.
Yes.
Not the same thing.
I wonder, could I look like any of you at this song? 'Cause
I mean, you could probably have a mustache.
Did you not want? You should.
Could you look like a what?
Could I look like any of them?
You could look like. I mean, you can sort of. You can look like Ronnie, but you can't carry a breeze with you.
No.
And you
do
can't.
me. Do me.
You can't be as tall, although nearly, because you have a foot. So, you could be almost as tall as Alabra.
I turned myself into a little mini Alabra.
It looks like the cover of that movie Twins with Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Do not put your arm on me.
Oh no! I'm doing it. I'm good. Look, everyone!
It's an illusion, so as soon as there's
Oh.
not substance where the shoulder starts,
Oh.
so you have to drop down to find his
So
shoulder.
arm just.
So it's kind of
Yeah.
awkwardly like doing that hover thing.
Yeah.
I like that we're gonna put the other person's picture in later,
Yeah.
that high vibe to it.
Spitting image. Wait, you forgot the mustache.
I don't think they did.
I
No.
put the mustache.
Oh, okay.
Ah, masters of disguise. High five!
I go back
I
to
learned that from some humans.
You go back to.
the black hair.
They throw the heads up.
They're like.
You already know about this thing.
Amber's kind of looks between the two Alabroths for a minute and is like,
Can barely tell us apart, can you?
I have decided neither should have mustache.
A key part of the disguise.
I fully agree with you. But you.
Bronna, make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no. Gonna get imposter syndrome.
That's not real. You don't have that.
12.
Well.
You catch your reflection in a glass pane in the house, and all of a sudden it gets very quiet in your head. You don't hear that white noise or anything anymore. And
As Alabroth or as myself?
huh?
As Alabroth or as myself?
When you switch back to the dark hair.
Okay.
And it's it's this moment of stillness, and it feels sad, and it lasts for a minute, and for about 6 seconds you're paralyzed, staring at yourself, and it's kind of like anything that you wanted and worked really hard for sometimes, where you're just I have it. Now what? Moment.
Yeah.
And it increased by the presence in your head. You feel it feels like a rejection. Not when you were Alabroth, but when you switched back. It was so anyway, that happens to you.
Oh, cool.
So, when would we like to set out?
The other three of you can roll a perception check to see if you caught that. Perception or insight, if
Yes.
you want. If you don't think you'd be paying attention, then don't roll it.
I got a nat 20.
You definitely clock, because you kind of kept your eye on them after you said, is that what your family looks like? That was you, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And so
Comes up to 24.
yeah, you're just kind of
Oh, give me that dice.
you don't know all of the whys, but you look and you're thought they'd be really happy to look like their family. They don't have to do the disguise if they don't want to, of the blindness and all this stuff, and that's weird, and you just clock it for later.
Ronnie will remember
Yeah.
that.
You guys all need that thought strand, I'm gonna put that here and deal with it later.
We'll unpack that later.
Ronnie is just gathering weird feelings on his on the family drama of his party.
That's what I was thinking. Is Ronnie's had a very like introspective morning where he's like, "Huh, I know everything about these people. Got it. I feel so smart." And it is weird for him. It is the most engaged he's been with like a group of like roughly his age people,
Yeah.
probably ever.
Yeah.
But it's nice. These are the friends your dad must have been talking about all that time. That it might be nice to have. Anyway, but yeah, shenanigans. So,
Oh, when were we looking to head out?
He's like, how long? And he glances around for a second, and then one of the guards comes over. Is like kind of half dwarvish young girl, probably not that young, probably 25. She comes over and he's like, "How long will the thing take?" And she's like, "An hour." And he goes, "An hour?
What?
Is that good?
What thing? What?
Don't worry, an hour."
That would work for us.
We've already gotten most of our supplies. I think we can get the rest here, so.
Leftovers.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you guys have an hour for your stuff to settle. That would have you,
I introduced myself to the girl.
huh?
I introduced myself to the girl.
Oh, you don't have time, basically. Like, she just kind of grabs him and wanders off.
Need a name.
Okay.
We always need a name.
Do I see her? Do I see her try?
Girl number 3.
Hello!
You probably, like, to whatever extent you haven't tuned Octavia's awkward introductions out, like, you can clock it.
I give her a light pat on the shoulder. Like,
Do you know who that was?
no idea. Cool. I'm just supposed to know everyone in this town. Come on.
No, it's possible.
I mean, that is possible. It's small.
I'm supposed to know people.
I'm sure they'll come back.
Raven. Her name is Raven.
Oh, I guess
Is
I should.
Ember still here?
I should have asked the dean if do I know that.
You
Octavia.
didn't.
Okay.
Ember knows.
Octavia goes, "Thank you." Kind of turns around, just goes red.
Aww.
She was. It's rare to see even a half dwarf with jet black hair, but jet black hair and like kind of olive skin and very pretty braids like throughout. She has a single braid, which is kind of weird, like down each side, and no other facial hair, but really like
Okay.
thick eyebrows.
She's not happy. Thick eyebrows.
He's not happy.
But yeah, you assume Raven's probably a nickname for the super
Yeah.
jet black hair.
How long would it take us to reach Hero Falls from not Yagnar, Black Rest?
It took you guys. He paid you for 3 days,
Yep, that's right.
and then it took you 2 days. It took 5 days to get to Hero Falls. You guys know that, like, you didn't take the absolute fastest way because
And we
the
don't.
fastest way is straight through the mountains, which is dangerous.
Should we try to procure a cart?
A cot?
A cart? Or would that bring us...
Hard.
I said it. That was more
Yeah,
just...
but you said it in your a normal accent.
No. Anyway, would it be beneficial to us to see if we could procure a cart?
I don't
We
know.
are traveling with royalty here, or would that draw more attention to us?
You do know, having traveled the way that you did, that you could benefit from a cart until about Hero Falls, but taking it through that forest
Yeah.
is pretty difficult.
Hero Falls was where Jessica was, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I wondered if Alabrock would remember that.
Oh, yeah.
And Amber is like, she goes, we hadn't talked about it. We were going to ask if you would take same routes, the route you took before, because,
Okay.
and she looks right at you and she goes, even on that mission, being alert and kind of scanning just in case you find Changeling, maybe it's there. We don't know for sure.
Fair enough.
But yeah, that way you guys can basically scout. You're headed west, and if you take the more southern route, you can scout all that, and it just saves them some time. Gives you more even coverage of that area.
Yeah, sounds good.
So yeah, you find out that even with the king, you will indeed be going back through Hero Falls.
Okay, well, let's make some lunch boxes.
Yeah, you take an hour, you get some jerky. You guys can all you can get a couple days ration. You can get enough rations for the entire journey back.
Tablecloth.
You won't have to deal with any of that. Yeah.
So a little
What are they
sandwich wrapped
called?
in wax
What are
paper.
those things called? Like the pack on the end of the stick.
Oh yeah.
Hobo bag.
Bindle.
It's a bindle. It is a bindle.
Wait, that thing has a name? A
Yeah.
hobo bag? Wow.
That's what I always thought they were called, is hobo bags or something like that, or hobo pack or something.
think
But bindle is a name I heard recently and was like, yes, there's a word for it.
Yeah,
I think it might be impolite to call them hobo bags.
Hobo's one of those words that's...
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah,
call
well-
myself hobo, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say hobo is one of those words that it's not necessarily derogatory. It's just not one you would usually use in
Would-
a polite conversation.
Also, would never call an actual person who was homeless.
It's funny that it's a
I call
literal...
myself
I
one.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's a literal type of purse, which is weird to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
I used to have one.
Yeah, I like that type of
It's
purse.
not the one that you used to make fun of me for having, is it?
No, that was for your whole look, though.
Oh.
Because it was the bag and the
Bullied.
scarf and the...
Bullied all day, every day.
You were also into dusters and scarves
I'm
and
still
this
into
giant
dusters and
bag.
scarves.
No, but all at once,
Yeah,
all the
it was
time.
rough.
It was
That's
a cold
like
winter.
that sounds like
I want to get
the
back
sort
into
of person
dusters.
who's made rumors from Fleetwood Mac an intrinsic part of their personality.
No, landslide on the other hand.
Anyway, you guys get jerky, you guys get
I meant
rations.
the whole
Ooh.
album.
I awkwardly put this mace now, like, somewhere.
I will say, as you guys are taking some downtime in that hour, Ember had asked you like what you got and seen your bag and stuff, and she's like, she looks at everybody else and she's like, everyone else is still carrying.
Yes, it's been about half an hour since I got the bag.
She's like, and she nods and she's like, it's not a problem for me. I would just say maybe.
Yes,
maybe.
my elephant taught me to have a bag and to put things in it and to stay safe.
Did
That's
she say
what?
my elephant?
What did you
Okay.
say? What was the last part?
Told me that a bag like this was a good idea and to keep things in it and to keep things safe.
Yeah, I see it. It's
Sure.
good and girl.
Hang on. Sorry, guys.
Oh my goodness.
No, I just haven't.
It
I
was.
usually dump them out pre-session.
I know, but that was so many.
It's all of them. It's all of them.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, so
Did you
she.
just ask if I said my elephant?
Yes.
You did. It's stupid.
She got so many dice out.
She looks at you and she goes, after you finish, and she goes, and she kind of, I don't know if you guys are, you guys are just talking amongst just the two
Yeah.
of you right now, and she goes, I do not feel threatened by other many mentors is good.
That's not why.
Okay.
Thank you.
And she smiles at you and she's like, and she goes, okay, I am happy to be your mentor. But yes.
He's still with that thing that we fought. And I still can't get to him, so.
She sits there for a second and she's like, well, maybe. Are you sure he was there? I mean, I know you were sure they have met.
I just don't see. Maybe not. I just don't see how anything could escape that thing. Although I suppose we did. It's not important right now. Just, something to put on the back burner.
Sure, you guys have a docket of
Yes, we do.
monster fights to come. Yes, okay. And if you guys want to kind of combine your stuff into one pack, like now would be the time. And it is what it would take to actually make you subtle carry, because if you all carry your separate stuff. So that's up to you, and mechanically how you want to do it is up to you two, and other groups that have had people keep track of their own gold even if you combine it in the pack for traveling purposes.
But I can put anything that you want in the haversack. It'll make us more, like subtle.
The food.
Food.
I'm going to hold on my magic components because I need them.
Yeah.
But they don't weigh anything. So.
No, it's mostly you probably want to put all the gold in like a pocket or something.
Yeah.
Which I can do. It has 3 pockets, so we can have
got a
one
lot
that's
left.
gold, and then another one that's something like.
Yeah, well, Ronnie has his gold in more than one spot because his dad told him to do that. So he takes the one that's like...
Tourist rules.
He takes the one that's like at his belt and the one that's like hidden under the scarf around his neck and puts them like in the same pouch together and then hands it to you and like removes anything else that looks to visibly be of value.
And we're not going to mechanically get super tied into that. Like, I'm gonna assume if you go shopping, you have your own money with you and all that. But like, for the purposes of inventory, you probably keep track of other stuff. But like the money is not
Cool.
Yeah.
all on you.
And
So yeah.
His component pouch is going to consist mainly of sticks, so...
Absolutely amazing.
Casually as he walks around, just grabs a stick off a tree. Like, you know how like people grab like leaves when they're walking?
Yeah, well, he's
He's
the rangeriest ranger that I could come up with. So he has like a hand axe. If he sees
like a first grader's pocket full of treasures. It's just like there's a slug in there and
Got
like a
some
toad
rock
and a
Mhm.
cool rock
There's
and
this
a
chalk.
fun branch and
he's like sees a particular tree, grabs his axe, chops a
Cicadas.
couple sticks off of it because he's gonna need to because it's too green.
yeah. Just like some weird flower petal that you found. Like
Like we gather all the wood from this particular tree to burn, and then gather the ashes, and then
everything
That's
that's too heavy to just put in your orbit. You just put like petals here and there just in your wings to have. Anyway, So, like-
detritus floating around me.
about an hour later,
Fishy.
amazing. About an hour later, you see Raven walks back out. They were in Alibras' oldest brothers. I have all the names, but they keep missing. Anyway, his oldest brother's house is where they were. And she walks out, and she looks. Her hands are like, they look dirty, you don't know. And then a second later, the king walks out, except now he has like a very deep red hair and beard that has been braided differently than it was before. And you speak Dwarvish?
I also
Yes.
speak Dwarvish.
Maybe just you. I don't
I don't.
remember.
I don't.
I would say
do.
like, because you speak Dwarvish, you're just a little more familiar with customs and stuff. You know that the way they braid their beards is like almost like tartan plaids, in that it
Okay.
tells you who their family
Yeah.
is if you can read it, which you can't, but you know that's an element of culture, and you would guess that he had something that signified him in his status, and now he looks different and has lost that so that he'd be more subtle to travel with. But yeah, he looks, I mean, if you get a good look at him, you can tell who he is still, but you're like, oh, it's probably smart, actually. And she looks very proud of herself, and he has much smaller braids now, and they're just kind of less, they're a little bit like more combined into the one, like old school metal singers used to do long
Yeah.
braids that would all combine at the end. It's kind of that look.
Nice.
System of a Down early 2000s look.
Oh my god.
And yes, I know that's not real metal, but
Deep
whatever.
hole.
Anyway, yeah.
Does not matter.
So he's got a pack on his back, and he looks like he's a little bouncier in his step, like he's been preparing his energy for this. And it's about 10:30, 11 at this point.
Is he carrying any weapons?
Make a perception check.
I'll see it is 6.
He's
A
not perceiving
6?
things today.
A 6.
You're pretty sure that's the king.
Oh wait, it was actually an 8. I'm sorry, but still.
Okay, you're very sure that's the king.
Well, that's good to know.
No, but even with an 8, it's not like super subtle. He does have like a hand axe.
Okay.
It's kind of where your Warhammer was at the beginning of the campaign. It has not seen no action, but it hasn't seen a lot.
Okay. Just curious if he was going to be
And
distracted.
he has a dagger on his hip too, but it's just, I mean, a dagger is just a hunting knife, so.
Okay then. Suppose I should start saying goodbyes to the family, and hopefully I'll see them again.
You handled some of that in
Overall,
the
seem
hour.
Really
Okay,
dark
cool.
today too.
Seem really what?
Dark. He made jokes about us dying, and then he's like, "Oh, I hope I see you again." Just seems
No, that was a generalized,
extremely
hope to see y'all
dark.
again soon.
That's not what you said, though. What you said was, "Hope to see you again."
I think he thinks we're going to die.
I think he thinks we're all just headed for the grave.
Just trying to find something to know about.
That's fair enough. Then.
Not good to throw her.
We are us.
Amber's
I mean,
like,
I think you'd be fine. But
what is that? And
It's
you
clean
give her
cloth.
underwear.
It's like
It's
a
just a
glass.
soft, clean cloth.
Amber looks at all of you and she goes,
I'll use it. That makes it worse.
I hope I never see any of you ever again. Wait, that's not it. What is better?
Seems
Mine
worse.
seems darker.
Maybe just neither. Maybe hope to see you again soon, or just
Stay safe.
nice, good.
Yeah, that one's good.
We should go.
Okay.
All right.
I kind of walk up to Ember and I'm like,
With any luck, we will see you again sooner rather than later.
Amber takes out of her pack. She has a she's like, I am not author. I made all my thoughts on the magic side of monk for you. She hands you like a small-ish tome of do you take a second and open it then, or you do it later?
I kind of.
It's bad drawings and just
Gotcha.
information, but it's kind of incredible to see there's no ego in it. She just put down all the stuff she could think of, and it's and she's like, it's not textbook, but maybe help as you learn journey.
I'm putting it down in my inventory as monk magic for dummies.
Sure, that works. That's what it says on the cover, so.
it's got a little crude drawing of a person.
But yeah, and
Stick
she's
figure.
like, and she goes, I wish I could
cover's
travel
yellow.
with you, but it's pretty
cover's
dangerous
yellow.
for me to be with you.
This is very, very helpful. Thank you very much.
Sure, you can learn anything I can help with. That is, most of our relationship will be me showing up and being like, what can I help with?
I put it right next to my common to infernal thesaurus that I forgot that I had.
Yes, now that you have a haversack, you feel like you will drop it less often and ruin fewer stealth checks. But then she's like, anyway, yes. Oh. And then she kind of parallels your awkward gesture from earlier, but not as awkward, just tentative, like, are we doing? And then she gives you a hug. It's very warm but very brief, because you're doing a thing and she doesn't want to embarrass you in front of your king friend with her mom energy. And then
Yeah.
she
Ronnie
walks
has no ego and he's gonna ask for a big hug.
oh yeah,
Uppies!
very much like last time, she kind of is just very with the rest of you, she goes and jumps on Alibroth again,
Oh, Al's getting, he's
yeah, she, you guys take a minute and lift lift up the other
Aw.
person, and then with Brana, as always, she comes, you just feel seen in different ways by her, I feel like Octavia might start to appreciate a little bit more the enthusiasm for the whole group.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, and she's like, I do not know what I will do yet. I may go. Do not know. I guess I
okay.
could fight in pits for.
Whatever you do, stay safe.
Watch out for that tabaxi.
She is very sexy. Also, is very good at fighting. It's just not just about her looks, but yes, being beaten by very strong women. Sometimes very fun.
All right, well, we heading out.
Yep. Let's go.
Cool. So you guys head out. Do you think you have any feelings about leaving? Like, does it feel different? Does it feel the same?
Feel a bit more sure of myself than the first time I left.
Yeah, you guys haven't been attacked by a theater group at all, so that's better.
Yes, that wasn't a theater group. I'm noting that. So, yeah, head out, start going towards Hero Falls.
Yeah, you make it. We're gonna skip over the trip until about Hero Falls, actually, if that's okay with you guys.
Oh, okay.
Just nothing significant happens the first. It took you a few days to get there. Go ahead.
Food, we won't.
Just the
Right.
thing. I'm gonna read Ember's journal.
I would say because like you don't choose the specialties like day one, aren't they level 2 or something thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have time to get through because you have about 5 days.
Yeah.
And you weren't. It's not that many levels to relearn and
Yeah.
stuff. So if
Yeah.
you want to fully like change over, it is very helpful. Sometimes like you have to read something and then the next day you're like, oh, because like her brain's a little crazy sometimes.
I would also like to have one conversation.
Okay, yeah. I'm not trying to hurry you guys up.
Yeah.
I don't see any signs of the dastardly villains.
You don't see. You keep your eyes open and you feel like, go ahead and roll 1 survival check. Actually, go ahead and roll 3 for the first, or no, roll 2 for the first 2 days.
All this?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Ooh, that was
assume
bad.
Ronnie's kind of running point on that.
First one's a 9. Bad roll.
We're about to be like, no, I'm running point.
12. 19. Was I supposed to be rolling more than 3?
Alright, you can roll up to 5. In fact,
Okay.
5 would probably be good.
15. And 16.
I don't think you've rolled 5 times in a row without hitting a natural 20 yet this campaign. No, the first day you feel pretty distracted by just, I guess, watching all your friends, which is what you're doing in the morning. And after that, you're like more dialed into this is what I'm supposed to be doing. You also forage and get all the rest of your components day 1. But from then on, you're like, you remember a lot more clearly. And you don't see any, there's nothing that like
Nothing
stands
sticks
out to you. You knew it was unlikely that they would go this route if they were going through the mountains. They would have to cross over to get that far south and stuff. Or he would, if that's indeed where he was headed at all. But yeah, you don't think...
Yeah, well, and we didn't think that he would be headed this way anyway.
Yeah, it was kind of like it was just a precaution, kind of.
Just in case.
Oh yeah. But yeah, the king is pretty quiet for the first most of that.
I'll probably just play around with the base because it's all we're just.
I'm looking out for snakes.
Roll a perception check.
I would like to probably get her at least once on the trip.
Roll a deception check then.
Oh, I'm terrible at those. Let's
I know.
go.
17.
You do see a couple that are away. And like you know where they are at all times until they go away from your sight. What was your check?
10.
Probably
Aw.
squat like
With
a
no
grass snake in this
modifier.
log.
Albroth tries to get you, and you feel extraordinarily proud of yourself for catching him, and then you almost trip, but you don't. So that's great. And
I'm sad Ronnie doesn't catch any of that.
You're too busy foraging for powder or something. Anyway, your conversation. Who are you?
Yeah, at some point, I would like to take Ronnie to the side. Kind
You
of-
guys have a watch one night.
Yeah.
So.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
When we're... It's kind of two things. So when we're talking to people, right? You just kind of do it. How do you do that?
How do you mean? Because I know that you know how to talk physically.
I do. It's more like I stutter and I know what I want to say, but it's like I can't. My mind just stops telling me words frequently. Just stops working when I'm introduced to a new person.
I would guess that your mind does that because you seem a little nervous. But I'm not nervous about talking to people.
Why not?
Do I have a reason to be nervous?
Like, they don't.
I'm not
never
ever
know.
nervous just because I'm nervous. There's usually, like, when I'm nervous, there's like a reason.
But
like
even-
like a dragon in the next
But even
room.
then, you were fine. You would. I ran and I couldn't do anything, and you seemed just like fine.
Well, my ability to continue doing things when I'm nervous is like unrelated.
No, it's not.
I can still do things when I'm nervous. It's
You can do things in the worst circumstances. When Azra in the library, you told Alabroth we need to get out of here now. I grabbed. Brana told that we needed to, but I grabbed him and we ran. We did it, but
Was it
I
you who grabbed
yeah,
Alabroth?
I got Alabroth out.
Okay, my bad. Go on.
Or at least I got him to come with because he was still trying to fight.
I just, in my head, you're Misty stepping, and I forgot that you talked to him first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you told Alabroth, like Bran and I. That's the best I've ever handled a situation like that, and we did get out of there. But you had the presence of mind to know, to tell him, to get him out of there. And I don't understand how, when faced with that, I don't get it.
Roll, Octavia, roll a stealth check for me.
Oh no!
No, just because you guys are talking.
Oh, that's pretty good. 20,
Mm-hmm.
30.
Okay.
I don't know. I would say that it's even if I'm nervous about something, that feeling doesn't help me. So I just kind of ignore it and do what I need to do to get me out of the situation that makes me nervous so that I don't have to be nervous anymore.
Okay. Do what you need to do to get out of a situation. So, if I'm nervous about talking to someone, if I talk to them, then I can stop.
Being nervous about talking to someone is a little different.
But it is true that if I just talk to them, I can stop talking to them
Yeah,
sooner.
not necessarily. That's why it's a little different. Being nervous about talking to someone makes it harder to talk to them. So,
Don't have to tell me
Words
that.
of wisdom.
well, no, because it's a different problem, but you solve it the same way. You just put that feeling aside and ignore it because it's not helpful, and just do what you need to do, and that makes it easier to do it.
Your dad has a raven, a familiar, and you're a little unclear on if it's always the same raven, but like he has one, and you remember early on, like you couldn't like bond with this raven in any kind of way, like wouldn't approach you, wouldn't let you feed it, anything like that, and you'd gone up to your dad one day and you'd been like, it just like, it's the when it makes him nervous or whatever, but like it's frustrating you, and your dad's like had told you it wasn't the wind, it was at that time you were exuding nervous energy, and you actually have some specialized training with your dad of how to calm your energy to interact with things. And like, I don't know what you share, but you do think about that you're like, I guess like it's kind of like how I used to scare animals. But that wasn't helpful to you or them, and it goes very much hand in hand with you learned how to put it away.
What kind of animals were around whenever you were in there?
You flash back to Shackles not wanting to be around you. And then whatever else you think of.
Well, we didn't. There were. So the cats were there.
Mm-hmm.
They were not. We didn't have them. They're useful because if you have enough cats around, then you
have
don't
a lot
have
less mice.
Yes. So there were cats sort of around, but I did not interact with them.
Okay. Were there any animals that you interacted with?
A dog bit me one time.
Oh, that's nice.
But Octavia. Yeah, like because of the nature of your parents' like work.
Yeah.
And you're aware that the like farm people are affectionate about their animal, but like it's just not your experience.
Yeah, we didn't like have them. They weren't in the house.
Well, no, I don't mean in the house. Like, did you ever need to ride a horse or?
There was some training.
Okay, so
Horses probably loved you.
I'm sure that someone told you that if you're afraid of the horse, you're not going to have an easy time of dealing with the horse.
Nobody told the horse that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
What's your least favorite professor? Was the horse riding guy.
Yeah.
Did you have a lot of people
You know
who
who
could
was
talk
great
to
at horses was Olivia.
Yeah,
So much
well,
hatred.
like if you're very scared around the horse, the horse is gonna reflect that energy and be afraid of you.
That did happen, yes.
People.
I got a D-.
For what it's worth, the horse seemed more angry. But like it definitely didn't like it.
I don't know what a D- means.
Imagine if you could move on with your training, but they could tell you that you did the worst possible. That's what a D- is.
Ugh.
I only got one.
Well, I mean, at least it was just the one, right?
Yes.
It's better than them being all D-.
Yes.
I don't know how many letters you got, or how many were the options. But anyway. People can sometimes be the same way.
D-minuses?
No, horses.
People can be horses.
They can't be horses. They can be like horses. Or,
Okay.
although, maybe some people can be horses, but I don't know any people who can do that.
Wow. Pass the brain cell back to Ronnie, please.
He's a little airheaded.
You guys need your own show. Like,
But much like if you're too uncomfortable around the horse,
Okay.
the horse is going to be uncomfortable around you.
That is true.
If you're giving off that kind of very tense, uncomfortable energy, like, people pick up on that, and then they're not sure how to respond to you.
Okay. So I need to make me calmer,
Yeah, if you could
and then
calm down.
maybe they will not kick me off of them and leave me in the dirt.
and bruise your tailbone.
So to speak.
Okay.
For horses, yes. I don't know about people and kicking you. I would hope that you're not trying to like ride a person like a horse.
No. It's continuing the metaphor. Okay.
Yeah,
It's as gives me a lot to think about.
Does it?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know that it will be 100% helpful, but thank you very much.
Yeah.
That will end that conversation.
I'm talking to the person
Mercifully,
with like a very
your show
little
would be called Punching the Breeze. It's a play on shooting the breeze. But monks don't shoot, they punch. And
That's something that would be
rangers and
completely
air
ineffectual.
genasi are the breeze, so
Completely
punching-
ineffectual as well.
Ronnie show was passing the wind.
The only other question I wanted to ask is, Albrecht, do you think you give Jessica any kind of heads up?
It's really
I
funny,
doubt.
she's, like the least nervous
Sending.
person. She's like, "How
The
do you do
innkeeper?
that?"
I don't know. You're supposed to have a date when you come back through.
Oh, this is
I don't know if
probably
it
not the best time.
Occurs to him. And maybe the answer is no.
I don't think
but,
I have
like,
any means to send. I mean, the sending stone I have is for.
No, but you're of a level where you have third level spells, right?
Yeah, but none
So
of them
you-
are sending.
Ascending is very much cleric spell, and
Clerics, if I'm not mistaken, do have access to the full roster of spells.
I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
Alabroth would know that spell and be aware of it, and like, you, Jason, can choose whether he would think about that and whether he would do anything about that, but do technically have the
So-
ability.
It is in there.
Yeah.
Oh, and I can actually prepare. I have not prepared any of the new spells. Oops.
Yeah, mostly I'm not going to remind you guys of stuff that you can do, but like this one hasn't come up before, so.
Well, let me do it. I absolutely will do that. Hang on, let me.
What's the timeline? Like how many days before, or the same day, or? Because we're going to
Definitely
take a
give
break in a
her-
second in Hero Falls, so like.
Okay.
Give her 2 days of notice. That we're
Okay,
coming.
so like when you guys, about a day past the border, you're like, what do you say?
Do you mention that you're going to do this?
Hmm?
Do you mention that you're going to do this?
Yeah, you have no
Okay.
business.
Well, I mean, you nudged me and was like, "Hey, look at her."
Oh, okay.
And he mentioned that he got the date, so
Yeah.
like, what do you say, Alabroth?
Hang on, let me try to get my shit together here. Okay, I can send a short message of 25 words or less to a creature with which you are familiar. Okay. Let's see. Jessica,
She'll count.
coming back to Hero Falls on a mission. Perhaps you and I could have dinner.
You have 9 left.
Hmm?
This is Alabroth, by the way.
New phone.
We'll speak more when there. That's good. I don't need to use them all up.
After
That's good. I don't. No, I get it.
after a minute, you hear, oh, Well, I don't know if you can hear this, but if you can, like, when are you going to be back through? And then that's it.
Shh. I should have mentioned the time. Idiot.
Yeah, I don't know if he waits till he rests, or if he waits till the next day,
I'll wait
or
till
if
the
he
next day,
doesn't
'cause I can
wait,
do it
like,
again.
Yeah, you can do it
And,
more than once
I'll
a day.
give her
too,
the.
but, like,
Yeah, because all I need is.
but
Sure.
I don't know how many spells like you want to devote to that. You know what I mean? Because it is a third level.
Well, we're gonna, well, we rest every day, so
Yeah,
not a big deal. So
it's not a big deal to have it. I'm just saying, like, I don't know how many he saves in case he needs them.
I could burn that one, so I'll only do it once a day. The next day, I'll go ahead and let her know one more time because we should have a rest. Okay, one more sending the next day. We'll be there within a day's time. That's all I need to say.
Okay, so then you guys, it's probably like mid-afternoon on day like 5 that you make it to Hero Falls, and we're going to take a break there.
Hey!
Yay!
Cool.
I thought it'd be,
Okay,
like,
break.
right away.
No. But it was a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't ready.
Extremely rude.
Well, too late.
Yeah.
And then the squirrel slowly slid down the pole.
How much did you tip him?
Nothing. That was a terrible performance.
I still kick the camera. Hold on.
You what?
Kick the camera.
Is it okay? Here.
Did you ruin it forever?
Oh, wait. Angle it a little bit more towards me. A tiny bit.
No, that's what I just did. It's
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's good.
There's a delay.
You're good.
Yeah, it's fine now. There was
Oh, nope. It went back the other way.
there's a delay.
Yeah, I'm going to count to 5.
It looks fine on the XSplit.
Yeah, so long as Mia doesn't scoot closer to Cass at any point, we're okay.
Get over this way a little bit.
Yeah, we're good. You're good. So yes, Hero Falls. You roll up mid-afternoon. It's starting to feel like a little bit. It's cold, and you notice now returning the way you are that like it's colder than it was. So even out of the mountains and the high elevation, it's starting to get chilly. You guys, as you're kind of rolling up to town, like closer to town, the king, who's been again like pretty quiet, pretty serious. Like you catch him practicing with the hand axe sometimes, and you do get vibes that like he used to do some fighting, and he hasn't in a minute, and he's trying to kind of get his form back. And he also gets a little bit hardier and a little bit more energy because he was in that cave for like a hot minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An egg.
And then the day you're going to arrive at Hero Falls, he goes up to you, he walks up to you, Alabroth, and he's like, when we get to the city tonight, I have some bad history, so I'm going to need you to stick very close.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. What
There's some bad Hero Falls energy in this town. I'm just kidding, enjoy your date. And he kind of walks off, and he's very proud of himself to have gotten. You all witnessed this, by the way. It's the first, like, joke he's made.
Did you host?
You got good.
I did. Oh, that was.
All was good.
That was actually. I can only congratulate him. That was actually pretty good. Considering our track record, I thought something bad was.
You got God.
I know.
It's almost like there's a god in the sky who curses you to deal with difficult situations all the time.
These things tend to follow us around. I didn't want something else being added to the mix. But good. Nothing to worry about. Except for the young lady, Jessica.
Are you worried about her?
No, I mean, I'm concerned about her well-being as I would be for anyone. Just, talking with her over in a more intimate affair. Just
A little nervous?
A little bit, just a wee bit, and I'm just gonna collect myself and try to be charming. Ask her about herself. These are the things you do, and be very interested. And
The king with a natural 20 on his insight check was like, he looks at you, he kind of points at you, and he's like, you guys sound alike.
only on matters like this, and I just want to make a good impression. The last time we came to,
That's why they're the only ones who
oh
really
dear.
get teased.
I'm just like, and what the 20 was for if he caught any of your guys' conversation the other night. He's like, just going around, everybody's scared to talk to me. It's not hard.
Probably would like any information that you might have on anything you saw or came across. I know we asked you before, but in the moment we were trying to save our lives and perhaps.
Things I saw.
Hmm?
In what context? On dates?
No, anything that he saw during the kidnapping and everything.
Oh, this is a pivot.
He's
Got
filled you in some.
Since he's mentioned we should talk to him more.
He's filled you in some. He didn't remember much more. You go ahead and roll an insight check.
Insight.
Yeah.
It's terrible. 10.
Okay.
Right, a plus 8 modifier.
It's nice because it wasn't a big insight reveal. Like, you think that he was probably like already fatigued because it was towards the end of the war and there was some intense negotiations and stuff. So he's probably already very, very tired from diplomacy bullshit. And then he got taken, and so it's just kind of a blur. He had a bag over his head a lot and just like kind of in almost like a fever state for a lot of it. You don't think anything magical is happening. He's just too tired from too much.
Just so we're all clear, I don't think, though Jessica seems like a lovely lady, we should reveal to her this is the king.
Oh no.
Thank you.
That was never.
Just to make sure. I don't want anyone, if she had any information that might bring her harm, anything like that.
Were you concerned that one of us, on your date with Jessica, were going to reveal that we're traveling with the king?
I would never tell her such a thing. That's someone might realize that she had that type of information, so I don't want her to have it at all.
Yeah.
For her own safety. No, it is compartmentalized information at this point.
Yeah, and we're not gonna be the ones making, conversation
Just
with her.
wanted to be clear. Well, yes, that's my
Are
thing.
we all supposed to go on this date? Is that what's happening?
I don't
No,
think so.
absolutely not. None of you will be on. You will all be somewhere else.
If I wish to attend, I'm gonna attend.
No, I mean that is.
To be fair, Alabroth, you'd never know if I was there or not.
Please don't do that.
Could be anyone.
Oi.
It could even be Jessica.
Jessica.
You want to go on a date with Brana?
Hey, oh,
As Jessica?
The
He
king,
gives you like a sexy wink.
King Dalric's like, I can think of very few things I would be less inclined to do than accompany someone
also, I
of
just yelled at
his.
the king. No, I mean.
It's like, I barely attended my first dates. I want to sit in on someone else's.
As thank you, Your Majesty. But I will reach out and put a hand on Bronner's shoulder and go, I can heal you or harm you.
I mean, I like them. Well, it's 50-50.
In a dating sense, both can be fun.
Talk to her about shared interests,
Of course.
and I can maybe help with the smell. So do you want?
That would be wonderful.
All right.
What's a flowery
Roll a
smell?
history check for me. Or history or intelligence. Just Albroth.
Wait, history or intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Neither one of these is going to be good. I don't know why I'm rolling so terrible.
I'll give you advantage because you would know about this.
Okay.
Specifically. You have a good
Thank
chance.
you. That's much better. History is going to be a dirty 20.
You have known quite a few half-orcs. You think that a natural earthy smell is not going to repel them in any way. A lot of them value, you know, just like people of the earth.
Smell like someone has been working.
Yeah, like they're not unclean or anything, but just like.
But also, we kind of have like that, like you've been outdoors all day kind of smell, probably.
Dragonborn don't sweat, so like the stinky
Yeah.
part wouldn't be there so much. It's kind of more a natural, like lived in.
Okay,
Yeah.
Vibes.
So maybe just like take a bath. You're good.
perhaps. I do have some nicer like robes that I could wear. So, chainmail. You
Do you want us to turn around?
I'm not going to get undressed out here in the openness of everything. I'm going to go to the inn and get a room. And wait, this is an inn, right? That she runs.
Yeah.
Do
Okay,
you want
yeah.
to walk in?
Runs the Lucky Stone.
Something
I
like
don't
that.
expect
You want
to be-
her first impression to be of you in the nasty chainmail, and then
Oh.
after that,
That was our first impression.
This
so
would
you
be
don't
the
want to
second
impress her
impression.
in
Yes,
any way.
after I get in, clean up, and dress myself for a dinner.
Her
Okay.
dog's name was Ninja.
Right. Did I have it?
The king's like, wait, so she has the inn and the date. How's that gonna work? Don't you have to like be there?
Maybe he gets a free room for the night.
A different
She
room?
didn't have anybody that worked there. Maybe there's another inn in town we could go to.
Hero Falls?
There was nothing in that town.
There was.
What's in the bag?
Gwyneth Paltrow's head.
That
There
a
was
box.
nothing in the town. They had the one pretty fountain that all the universe Alabroth died at. And like the one street, and just like, okay, so this will be fun. So you guys get there, you go straight to the town. I don't know what else you would do.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, there
nothing.
wasn't
Apparently,
anything there
this
to
place
do.
is, like Corpus
Go
Christi.
reminisce by the fountain of that time that we could have almost died.
I mean, like,
Just nothing.
I
going on
guess
there.
like a marching order only because I want to know, like, with going into the inn and her
I'm
and stuff.
going in first.
I'm gonna be
I was gonna
right
say-
behind him.
I'm actually at the front because I've been at the front the entire time.
Not today, you're not.
Are you gonna let
He's gonna shove you out of the
Like
way.
literally.
Okay.
So you're right behind him and.
No. I'll let Octavia. If I'm gonna be shoved out of the way, I'll just let everyone go
It
first.
was a polite shove.
So,
So I'll follow up with like you or the king, whoever.
I'll do like a little.
Before I go in, I'm gonna.
I'm gonna do a light mist and kind of you can slick whatever.
I don't have anything.
his horns.
No, but like make his scales look a little shinier.
Thank you.
Okay. And then go ahead.
Okay, I walk in the inn.
I make a shower of sparks behind him.
The king prestidigitates some sparkles
yeah,
off of your
exactly.
scales and fangs and stuff, and
Tiny little fireworks behind.
Yeah.
Ron is trying to stay standing.
Is
Well,
anyone inside the inn?
you walk in the inn and you look kind of behind the bar, and immediately you see a man who looks to be about 78, 79, just sitting there kind of halfway dozing off his fist.
Well,
And he's still like, perks up and he's like, hi.
Hello.
go take a bath right now.
We don't have a room.
We can go. We like a room and a bath right now.
Did you say
Who's that guy? We don't know him.
No,
a bath?
we want. Yes. Do you have anything with water?
Wait, who is this old man you're asking of
That
things?
works.
Who is this man you're asking of things?
Can we get 2 rooms?
Sure. We have all 3 available, so 2's good.
They have. Oh, well.
You could get all 3.
Yes, I'll get all 3.
It's I don't remember even, but like we'll say gold for all 3. He's like, we don't have bath. You must be Alabroth, is what she said.
Huh? What? Who?
I did.
Yes.
Did,
Oh, yeah, that's our
what
book
she
club.
mentioned? Or did someone else?
She said Alabroth.
He
I
is.
did.
Oh, I thought
He goes, I'm Jessica's father. Retired quite some time ago, but she asked for an evening off, so I was, of course, happy.
Yes. Play balance is a thing. Yes. Very good to meet you. My name is Alabroth, sir. Nice to.
Right? As I said,
Yes, nice to make your acquaintance.
Joseph.
Joseph. Yes, sir. Good to meet you. I'm just weary from the road. I'm going to run up and get myself cleaned up. Yes, I'm gonna go.
He goes, he looks at, like, kind of the sky, and he's like, you have 5 minutes.
What?
5 minutes. Go on.
So now a 6-7 dragon.
Alabroth shaped.
6-7 dragonborns are running up the stairs.
Did you lose an inch somewhere? Osteoporosis,
Oh, what am I?
maybe?
How tall? am I?
6'8".
Oh, I'm 6'8". Wow. Okay.
Mm. So he
Maybe
looks
I
at the
should
rest
more.
of you guys and he's like, she won't be back for half an hour. The earliest. She doesn't take enough time to herself, so I told her to take the afternoon and, like, happy for her. She can handle herself. Is he nervous? He seems
Oh,
nervous.
extremely.
He kind of smiles and he's like, that's adorable. And he should be. He's not good enough, I think, is my line.
She seems wonderful.
It's like she's, you know, like she's like her mother. So she's perfect.
Mhm.
So Al thinks he has 5 minutes here. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, roll a performance check or
Oh
something.
boy.
Or something.
Can't
What do I
think
get
of
for
anything
performance?
else.
No modifier whatsoever. Okay.
Let's go.
No performance,
Oh,
no
hey.
deception.
18.
Okay.
On the die, what's your performance
You-
plus?
0.
0.
That's what he said.
True.
No help whatsoever from this sheet of paper, from this character sheet.
So, like, you feel pretty good about it. You feel like because they'd helped you out with some effects beforehand, that, like, they actually did some of the work for you. So you get up there and you just, like, take a second. Actually, it's a fairly nice little inn, so there is, like, a water basin. So you kind of horse bath or whatever you do. But they even have, like, this kind of nice, like, kind of oil soap, so you can, for people with drier skin, like Dragonborn have, so you feel, like, nice and shiny.
I have some nicer robes. So I'll take my amulet since it looks good and kind of like put it on the robe.
With that performance check, you actually even managed to get your chainmail off pretty quickly. It's still not 5 minutes, because it
Everyone-
takes, like, 10 minutes to
Everyone
take off
probably
chainmail.
heard when it hit the ground or the floor.
I felt the inch.
There's a couple, like, pretty loud, like, bumps and scrapes, and Joseph's down there with you guys just laughing, like, every time he hears another noise. And he's...
After I get prepared, I just kind of rush out the door, clearly rushing out the door, but when I get out,
He's like, he looks at where a watch would be, and he's like, she's gonna be here in just a second. Ninja just came and told me.
Does Ninja talk to you?
He kind of shoots you a look like, hey, we're on
That's
the
so
other
im-
side of it together.
That's so impressive.
It's like, you know, just the standard bark or two. Barked 5 times, so 5
Now
minutes.
Jimmy's down the well.
Such a smart dog.
probably gonna find like the nicest table and kind of sit facing the door so I can see and just kind of. Well, before I do that, I'm gonna. Well, I believe you all look very tired and could probably use your rest for the evening if you.
You want to be alone with this woman and her father?
You're wise beyond your years, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you for distracting you. But just.
Are there
I didn't sign up to date you.
are there candles in the room?
I mean, there's not candle in the bedroom or in the.
No, just in the tavern.
Oh, no, there's a fireplace and there's like a torch, maybe. It's pretty small, so there's only the one fireplace and one.
How's
Is
the
there a
table
torch
look?
like kind of by where Joseph is?
Yeah.
I'm gonna kind of start making it into different little shapes. And I'm gonna make Ninja the dog out of the fire.
Let's see if he notices.
I'm gonna definitely be like, hey, look at this! Especially once it's closer to when Jessica's getting there. I'm just... So we're not all staring at Elbroth.
Like, Kane has posted up kind of like on a higher bar stool and is just like watching you. Seems very amused by
And
the whole
Al's
thing.
just watching, like, hopefully, like, no one else walks in.
Joseph looks at the rest of you and he's like, he's kind of an unfriendly chap, isn't he?
He
No
seemed-
present for her? Corsage? Assortment of meats, or
Bouquet.
how do you hope to woo her?
Have a glass eye.
I would recommend not with the glass eye.
Have nothing.
I'm gonna see if he manages to keep a straight face. He very much does. Deadpan with a natural 19 of just like,
Dang.
How long is it until she gets here?
20 minutes.
I'm gonna run outside and see if I can find some flowers.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask Joseph real quick if he's one of the people who can talk to animals with magic. Because he was genuinely wondering. But then once he gets an answer, he's gonna follow Octavia out to find some flowers.
He goes, he's like, no.
That would be really
I have
cool.
magic that it's not that type and not very high level. Somebody did talk to Ninja once. Apparently he's real stupid.
I mean, most dogs are.
That's what they said. I had no idea. Octavia, roll a survival check with help from Ronnie.
Yes.
Help, so advantage. What gets her? 17. Because my survival is pretty good.
I feel like 17's enough for a town you've already been in to find. Well, you don't find flowers per se because it's almost winter, but you do actually find kind of like almost like a Thanksgiving assortment
Yeah.
of some like pretty autumn leaves and some, like, you make a little kind of bouquet. It's a little bit dead, but it's cute in that fall turning way.
Okay. I'm gonna bring it back in and just...
Like where it looks like there's flowers, but it's just kind of like fluff and
Plants and
Yeah,
like the baby's
crispy
breath
plants.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm gonna run in and be like,
The kid's like, that's awkward timing. I don't know if you know this, but he has a date. And Joseph goes,
Oh, it's a good thing I can't sweat.
they're already like kind of getting along famously. At some point, without even asking, Joseph has poured him a drink, and
Nice.
they're both sitting over there.
yeah.
And
I'll
then
go sit with him.
with who?
With Joseph in the case. Like, just, I want to pull the attention away as much as I can.
He's like, do you
I know
want
how
a
it is
drink?
to date. Yes. Whatever you have, anything, like an ale or a cider or just a flowery beer.
He looks at the king and he's like, honey mead for this one, you think? And
Yes.
he just laughed. So yeah, he pours you one. With that, he pours the rest of you a couple. Alibreath, he brings you a glass of water. And he says, I don't know, like if you're driving or she is or whatever, but like,
Oh, nothing till she gets here. I don't want to.
this is water.
Yeah.
Downs it very quickly.
So after way longer than he said,
Yeah, probably start to notice that at some point. Like, is he just?
it's getting to early evening. The sun is starting to set earlier, so it's like about 4:45. It's going down, but it's not all the way dark. And the door opens, and Ninja runs in because it's just a swinging door. And about 5 seconds later, the door opens and you see Jessica again. She has little braids that she didn't have before that are like into a knot at the back. And,
Pop up.
and she kind of glances around and she sees you and she smiles, and you notice that she's holding like a basket of some sort. And she just kind of like, I feel like whether you want to or not, everybody pays attention when she walks in, and she's like,
Octavia's like,
she's like,
Ronnie's
Hi.
pretending he's not watching.
I walk over
Ron
to where
is
she is
pretending. It's like a
and just you look radiant.
she is wearing something different. Like it looks like the slightly nicer daily, you know, like the whatever Sunday wear or weekend wear looks like for her. But yeah, and
fantasy equivalent of a button down.
basically like business casual.
Yeah.
And she goes, she's like, well, hi.
Hi.
Oh, are those for me?
Yes, these are.
And she takes them and she smells them and she's like, I don't know why I did that. They're beautiful, thank you. And you realize, like, they probably don't smell like anything. She's like, I thought maybe we'd have dinner by the fountain, so we didn't, unless you want to eat with my dad.
That would be great.
Okay. And then she kind of glances around, so she waves at the rest of you. King Dowrick walks up to her and he goes, I'm King Dowrick! And the dad's eyes kind of widen. And he's like, I knew it. And it looked familiar. And he's like, I entrust you with my, I don't know, court jester or trusted advisor, Alabroth. And she's like, she kind of like looks at him, and I don't even know. She does not believe him. She goes, sure, the queen. And then he kind of like straightens up and like puts it on. And she's like, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. He's like, no, this is the most fun I've had in quite some time. He's very nervous. Anyway,
Thank you, Your Majesty.
I command you guys to take your time and enjoy yourselves. And he goes back without a word or a reaction, like climbs back up on the bar stool and takes a drink and looks very satisfied.
Met the king. Shall we? And I, do the arm thing and get the door and.
She takes it. If the rest of you want to roll an insight check to just know how you feel the date is going to go.
Oops. Oh,
hey,
Ron
that's a
has
good roll.
I don't like that all the dice at the table at the same time.
18.
21.
Hold on. It's not good.
Sometimes Bron is not pretending not to be able to observe things.
9.
He's
You're
pretending
like,
to be
wow.
blind. He's not pretending
Which
to be
is-
unobservant.
Is that what Jessica looked like the whole time? The other two of you notice that like she has a very distinct reaction to being treated kind of like the dainty, like it's cute for her to feel girly as somebody who probably doesn't often, and she doesn't feel like Alabroth doesn't know that she can handle herself, so it's just kind of, she looks really, really happy. You guys go off, how does that go?
Yeah, so, just over to the fountain. Of course, like, wherever she's sitting, I'm probably gonna...
It's really pretty, like it lights up. It's the fountain that this universe, you guys, didn't have a very traumatic fight at. But yeah, it's just kind of a statement.
Actually, I got the vestment, so I'll probably just, like, take the outer one off and, like, lay it down wherever she's sitting, just to... she's dressed really nicely, so I can...
She has, like, it's a weird, like, adjustment for her, but she's really into it. Like, she likes it. And you guys, yeah, and she asks, like, well, the first thing she asks, she's like, the king, why are you traveling with the king?
Oh, that's that's some crazy person we met. We're just escorting him. Don't worry.
Uh-huh.
No,
Why
it's
are you
actually,
traveling?
No, it's actually the king.
Yes, I know, he said.
But he's also could be a crazy person. No, we, well, without just sparing you any of the details, we rescued rescued the king and are escorting him back to his palace.
Okay. And she asks you all sorts of questions about your adventures.
And I want to know like
and,
what she was doing while we were gone. How's things been?
You find out a lot about her. She keeps herself busy. Like she's made all the bedspreads on the beds. Like she likes to crochet. She likes to also like do the upkeep at the inn. And she's like made the nice sign that says Lucky Stones or whatever outside of it.
Does she have a favorite melee weapon or anything like that?
She loves to wrestle. Like, she doesn't get to do it very often. There's not a lot close to her, and there's nobody her size except her mom, probably in the town. But, like, there's another town, probably about, like, 15 miles to the... If you went the other way, south... If you went further southeast, there's a town. And so she'll go, they have some brawls sometimes.
Alabroth is a moron, so he probably yells out immediately, "I'd love to wrestle with you sometime." In the combative sense of it.
She
I
immediately lights up when you say that, and then when you realize what you said, she blushes because she didn't until that moment. And she's like, yes, like, all sorts of wrestling.
yeah, I
Yes.
family was we rough housing and such.
Yes, I love to be compared to family.
Well, no, I mean, no, absolutely not. It would be a different. So, how long have you owned the inn?
Well, you know, I think Dad retired about like 10 years ago. There's a legacy story to it that you guys know, but I forget what it was. Like, she inherited it or something. Maybe not from her dad? I don't remember.
I remember hearing it, but I don't remember.
And I also don't remember if it was the one shot or if it was the... But anyway,
Yeah.
like, she's been running it for most of the last decade. And she's constantly improving it in whatever way she can. She's like, I just don't know what's next. Like, I don't know if I'd, like, stay here.
And
Like,
where is her mother, since she mentioned her?
she's at home.
Okay.
And she's like, yeah, like, and she tells you about how she's moved out in the last, like, 2 years, but it was kind of weird because it's such a tiny town, it's like Wine.
You'll still see.
Yeah, you see them constantly. She's very close to them. It's just like, I just felt like they might want some calmer time as they get older with each other. Like, I was not easy to handle.
I know the feeling, but recently became more acquainted with my own father. Just earned a bit of his respect, apparently. Apparently all I had to do was just go beat up 3 other people, and yeah,
Sure.
it's an awkward family dynamic. But
I guess, is it weird for, like, you didn't have his, you're traveling with the king. I'm just saying, like, you didn't.
I've always felt he was just dismissive. But it would seem he's a bit more interested now, of course. Setting out on your own, of course our town's not small. I mean, I left and went about the world and met my traveling companions who are turning out to be some very good friends of mine.
It's good. It's good to have friends. I don't know what's next for me as far as that goes. It must be hard to have your dad. Just like my dad just, I don't know. I think my dad thinks I'm better than I am sometimes, but
Does he expect you to just stay here and run the inn? Do you have any desire to go about the world?
I mean, of course, I want to see everything you can see.
Well, you should.
Maybe.
There's so much out there.
I just like somebody that we need. I don't know. Somebody needs to be here for the inn.
Stability is good, but had I not left my home, I never would have met someone like you. There's a lot to discover out there, and all these new friends of mine all have been placed into this kind of mad adventure I'm on right now.
Roll an insight check.
Uh-oh.
No.
That is a 20. Dirty 20, but
She doesn't, you can see that like she's very much not settled in her head as far as what she's going to do. That she's interested in leaving, but also like parents and like, you know, it's like a whole pick up and leave thing. And you kind of recognize a spot that you spent some time in as well. And you find yourself wondering if everybody has that journey where they're like, maybe I'll stay here, and they're like, and they realize it's just not the life that they want. But you find out, how old is Ella? 21-ish?
I believe so. How old is this boy? Sorry, I was trying to put my features. It's not features and traits.
Description.
I think he's
I
20 or 21. She's actually 23.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, like,
I liked him older. Man.
apparently her dad was real old. Anyway, but yeah, you have a lovely dinner. I don't know if anything, like, how does it end?
She
Hopefully.
took over the
What?
tavern at 13.
Hmm?
She took over the tavern at 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
I mean,
math's a little
well-
off. Maybe she started working in the tavern at
Okay.
13 and didn't take it over until 17.
Considering she probably brought all that food out there, I'm trying to be as helpful as possible and like do as many things. But keep talking to her because she doesn't live at the inn. So,
She probably tells you there's like an apartment kind of attached.
okay. Well, after the food and drink and everything, I'm probably gonna walk her back to there.
She like
Or we'll see where she wants to go. I mean, their dad already gave them the house. There's no reason for her to go back to the inn.
yeah, she tells you there's another entrance. She has a couple like games if you want to hang out with her and play games, and
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
invites you in for a cup of something.
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys-
That happens.
Coffee.
We get definitely vibes
Shut your
from
mouth.
her. Does he make a move?
Absolutely.
It's just very, very receptive. I don't know how far it goes.
Well, that's when the door closes. It's none of y'all's business.
Yeah,
So-
fade to
Fade to
black.
black.
Fade to black, pan over to the
Lovely days.
window, the curtains flowing.
Oh, yeah. The
The window happens to
the
be
king-
of the tavern. We'll zoom in.
and Joseph have a conversation about whether to interrupt because they hear her door open. And then they're like, they're grown-ups. We're gonna let them do what they
I
want.
have to cast silence.
That's amazing. And the king's like, it would be kind of funny to go throw stuff through the window.
120 feet. Yep.
Uh.
But then I couldn't hear her. So, no.
I thought it was. Oh no, everything in the bubble is. Yeah.
Everything
Yeah.
in the bubble, and I couldn't hear her, so I ain't doing that. So yeah, it's none of y'all's business, but we have some games and drink some coffee, maybe something else. So
Do you come back that night or the
No.
next day?
No,
Okay.
I'll stay there.
No, I'm just saying,
They
like,
are.
I don't know if you...
Do you walk in the next morning?
It's none of y'all's business.
Octavia is
When-
sitting at a table.
No, it's not. I mean,
Like, 'cause Octavia has breakfast bright and early.
That's
maybe I'm having breakfast
You do
in
a
her
trance
apartment.
for like a couple hours and then you're good.
Transfer a few
If you
pounds.
wake up and do the breakfast thing, then yes,
Oh, yeah.
Octavia's absolutely sitting there, but everybody else probably is
Gotcha.
too.
Well, no, I prefer to like make her breakfast. You know.
No, I know. That's what
Okay,
I'm saying.
there.
But
Not down
eventually,
there.
eventually you're gonna have to come back to the inn.
You know what?
That's
we are
all I
going to
was
be
saying.
waiting.
I was
Okay,
saying
yeah.
if you
Oh.
got up and had breakfast with her, then everybody would be there by the time you got back to the inn.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we had breakfast.
Do you talk about... She's like, she's eating breakfast. You, I guess, got up and made her breakfast.
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Yeah.
yeah.
So she's really appreciative. She's just enjoying it. She's like, she's kind of halfway through her second cup of coffee, and she's like, so, that was fun.
Yes, it was.
It's an awkward reply.
I would like to do this again.
Like before you go back, or?
Some sort of regular basis.
Uh-oh. I didn't know if you meant do this again.
No, I would like to see her again on some sort of regular basis.
She looks at you and she's like, I want that too. I think I have to figure some stuff out. Like, it's decision time, I feel like. That thing with the spell with my head where you just talk to me?
Yes. Can I teach her that?
No.
Oh, crap.
She is a... You can explain it to her, but no. She's like, maybe do that again, like, when you find out what you're doing next.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna... Because Al did take a long rest.
Yeah.
You sure?
It was a short rest. Okay, there we go, confirm. There, because I did burn a 3rd level spell to talk to Jessica, so...
And she sits there for a second, she's like, to be clear, yes, I very much want that. I also want to figure out what I'm doing next. And I feel like it's time for me to do that as well.
I think you should as well. Decide for yourself what you want to do.
So do I walk in first to see my dad, or do you?
Oh yes, him. I will take the brunt of the initial.
She's like, wait, got a better idea. Ninja, go see Papa! Ninja bolts out her front door. And she's like, he gets pretty distracted. He's not like a...
Alba
You
probably
know.
beams at like she's brilliant.
She still smiles. She's still like a little shy, but like in the cutest way possible. She doesn't feel like any kind of self-conscious. She's enthusiastic during any stage of anything, but she's just kind of shy at the people parts of it. And she's like, well, thank you for coming back. Yes, I look forward to next time. Maybe we'll incorporate that wrestling.
I give her a kiss, and then I'm gonna head on back down to the inn and take that alpha blast. And
She's like, I'm gonna give you a couple minutes before I walk in, and
okay. I'm gonna go ahead and
she's
just
like, go fix the hair.
put the vestments back on and just kind of walk in.
Oh no, your vestments are in. Oh yeah, you have your vestments.
Yes.
You have
So
yeah.
head on back down to the inn. So it's past the morning. These jackasses are awake, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they're sitting there.
Okay,
They've cleared the plates from breakfast. You guys are just sitting there.
I walk in and
Good morning.
How
good
you doing?
morning.
How was your date?
The date was great. It was lovely. Just had to get up this morning and take a brisk stroll through the surrounding area,
Of
get the
course.
lungs flowing and everything.
Yes.
I'll sit down with them and just go like, oh, coffee.
Joseph's like,
Ah.
that's funny. You got up from here to take the brisk walk. That would be earlier than 4:30 when we started.
And good morning to you too, sir. We must have just missed each other.
It's a pretty long walk, don't you think?
This is a very long walk.
Is that what the kids call it now?
I guess so.
But anyway, I trust everyone slept well. No need to bore you with the details of my evening and morning and everything. So you all having breakfast? And
No, we're not.
Jessica.
wait,
walks
are y'all
in.
not?
Done having breakfast.
Oh yeah, hi.
Oh,
We
Did
finished
you
the-
have breakfast? Have
Yes.
you eaten today?
yes, I did.
You've eaten something today?
Yes.
Indeed.
A corner stand. There's a man selling some wraps. Of
If I go
eggs.
look for this man.
Oh, it was a traveling cart. Just
There's
anyway.
never been a man like that here before in this town ever.
I'm just saying, make sure you eat something every day.
So
Okay, this is Alabroth, so if he's not eating a meal, that would be cause
That's
for
not
alarm.
that is not what Octavia's talking about. Make sure you eat.
Thank you, Octavia. That's
try to learn how those fork tongues.
so.
So anyway, just gonna drop that right there. Jessica had walked in and observed like the very, very tail end of this. When after Joseph said something about there's never been a man there ever, she just rolls her eyes and she's like, give it a rest, Dad. And he laughs and he's like, I have to make sure. And she's like, nothing. That's sexist and we're over it. And he goes, I know.
Of course, when she walks in. Like I'm just
I was
seeing
just
her.
giving her a wave, yes.
The king who's sitting at the table with you guys nudges you and rolls his eyes when he walks in. But it's clear like both of these old men are very much enjoying themselves and seem pretty chill about everything.
Well, I know we have.
No disrespect to you, we have to make fun of him.
Yes, you were by yourself in that. Nobody else did that.
Ah, yes, we still have our journey. We should spend a couple of
We
days
should
here. It's a
get-
lovely town.
We
should-
need to
a
go.
week or two. You know, we could stay.
Some urgent business to
The
attend.
king looks around and he's like, I forgot to say Alibroth is in charge.
I mean,
So we have to go.
Do.
Yes, we do.
And he walks over to Jessica and she kind of has this panic about does she squat down? She's so much taller than he is. And he looks up at her and he's like, you know, we're only making fun of him. She's like, oh no, maybe next time. And he smiles and he's like, you seem great. And she's like, you do too, I guess. It was nice to meet you.
I have to remember to wear my chainmail around my friends here.
You're very quiet.
Too many jabs.
A bit of backstabbing going on.
I'm going to be quite honest with you. None of your jabs and jokes could possibly bring down my spirits this morning.
Oh, so it was like that, was it?
The king's like, go get your chainmail. It's in the room where you definitely slept.
You 100% slept.
I go in.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I go get geared up.
It's like the king looks at Joseph. He's like, the timer thing seems to work really well.
It does. It's like counting. You're going to be in trouble in 3, 2.
Does he know we have no way of tracking how long 5 minutes is?
I don't think he does, and I don't think it matters.
All right, I go get all my stuff and get geared up again and come downstairs.
Yeah, you guys are good. Anything else before you head out? Jessica's basically so you'll call me.
Oh, I go over and speak directly to her before we leave.
And she's like, again, it was super fun.
And something to look forward to as well.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Jessica, and see you soon. And of
You
course,
guys have kind of an
talk to you soon.
awkward standoff of how much are you going to do in front of her dad?
Oh, I'm gonna give her a kiss goodbye. The old man can deal with it, okay?
I mean, honestly, he doesn't actually care.
Okay.
And she doesn't seem to either. You don't know how much experience she has, making out with somebody in front of her dad. But
I'm not gonna
they seem pretty liberated.
check
as
her
far as the
cavities,
whole-
okay? I'm gonna, wow. But I
That
am
is
going to
a
show some
fun way
affection
of
and say
saying
goodbye.
that.
Thank you.
The only one that licks your face aggressively is Ninja.
So yes, polite and just
Yeah. So you guys have it level, and Joseph does come over and shake your hand
I give
and says, "Be well," and return. Maybe not too soon. And he kind of smiles at you.
may not be my choice when I can return, but hopefully soon.
Yes. Well,
We
be
gotta get
safe.
the king back, so.
The king and Joseph fully give each other a hug.
Wow.
They bonded. They bonded real fast.
Nice.
And the king got a chance to, you guys overhear some of it, talk about his kids a little, which was really helpful for him. Yeah, anything happened with you guys that night?
I mean, I totally did not, meaning I did sit next to sit at a table near the window so I can spy.
Wow.
Look,
What
If
they
I'm
did
gonna
in
be-
public was sadly pretty boring.
Yeah.
if I'm gonna be a class that does the sneaky weird stuff, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, you sit at a table accompanied by Ninja, who's staring out the window when is mom coming home? And then, yeah.
Petting the dog.
You guys hang out that night.
I'm probably walking in silence, but kind of.
Springing your step.
The king comes over when you guys head out, and he claps you in the back, and he's
Hey.
like, a good roll in the hay is good for, and he kind of glances at it, and he's like, anybody who's into it. Yes, she seemed to have a glow as well, so good for you. That's as much detail as I want to get into. And then he
I just kind of like, you
shut
see a
it down.
dragonborn blush, just kind of like,
Yeah.
I didn't know scales could blush.
and just kind of, yeah, somehow it happens. I don't know.
I mean, you can increase
you
blood
have
flow.
blood.
Yeah, I do. It's probably a warm day, you know? Oh, no, it's not.
It's
actually-
not. It's now. It's low 60s when the sun's out. so it's
we've
dropping
left
fast.
Hero Falls now.
Yeah, you left Hero Falls, and as you guys recall, Hero Falls.
It's right next to the dangerous woods.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like, in spite of everything with the morning and stuff, you still head out by
Dead Oak
about
Forest.
8.
Yeah, because we need to get out
30-ish.
We need-
as
yeah,
fast as possible
exactly.
and move through it as quickly as possible.
So,
Mhm.
roll a survival check, and I'm gonna have Ronnie roll it. But it's a lower DC because you've already been through it.
Nat 20 with +4, so 24.
Holla.
Wow. Ronnie's like, oh, and there's the exact spot where we fought that one weird thing. And,
I'll look over at Octavia to see if she's okay. Is Octavia okay?
I don't know.
Looking for snakes.
Okay, that's where we're at that fight, so.
Ah, yes. She's looking out for snakes.
I'm gonna skip the snake. I'm gonna skip trying to get her with the snake this time. These woods are already kind of messed up as it
Just
is.
definitely like back a little straighter. Definitely
Yeah.
zoned in looking
This
for stuff.
this is not the joke time. No.
Yeah. And Ronnie is definitely going to be like, keeping us moving. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, you
Ditto.
feel on edge, like you know that this is a weird magic place where weird magic stuff happens. You guys had discerned from before that you were fighting something that held a grudge against you that shouldn't, because you had no association that you can figure out between all of you, and it seemed to be equally after all of you.
Where are you in marching order?
Probably close to the front.
Okay, so you would be up by me.
Yeah.
I will.
We should be in the front. I think you should be in the back. Because if you need to sneak around, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will quietly, so that our voices don't carry, tell you, the woods make me nervous because these are not good woods. But the solution for me is to get out of them quickly and not worrying about it.
Right. Don't panic.
Mhm.
Get out of the woods fast. Okay. Okay.
How well?
It's not currently panicking.
The king, after like you've been traveling for like an hour and a half, right, is like, what's wrong with this place? You guys have been here. What's wrong with it?
Yeah. I don't remember how to describe what the feeling is.
It's
It's
just
been a while.
for you specifically, Ronnie. I think it's like this. It's a place that's like imitating nature, but it doesn't actually feel natural to you.
Mm-hmm.
About what time do we make it to the woods, Pamela?
We left by like, 8ish in the
Okay.
morning, so it's still pretty
And
early
with
in the
the
day.
nat 20 for the morning part of it, you make it to the tree in the middle at like 11, which is really good time. Or no, it's still probably lunchtime because the bulk of it was after. So yeah, you make it by maybe 12:31, just really good time. And he gets really quiet. He's just looking around. He's like, there's something I don't like, but I don't know what it is and what to do about it.
Yeah, and I would explain to him my impression of it is just that this place isn't actually natural. There's something really about it. If it were a natural forest, it should not feel like this.
They said something about near the borders stuff was weird, and I've been through this forest before. It didn't feel like this, but it was many years ago.
Yeah, we went through this not that long ago, and it's even like making good time through it, it's really hostile, like to go through. Not necessarily in terms of attacking us, but well, like even making good time. Whenever we got to the edge, we had to deal with something attacking us. It was not a fun place to go through. So I'm looking forward to moving through this quickly.
The things we encountered in this forest disappeared when they died?
I hope things from other planes will do that.
So we're not being watched or anything.
I'll roll a perception check.
It's gonna be a 9.
I also
Definitely not.
I also rolled a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
22.
There's a thing that can happen in the woods where, like, you know that you're being watched because animals watch people.
Yeah.
Don't know what size, and you don't see anything threatening, and you do see some non-threatening things watching you. You see a couple birds and some squirrels and stuff, and you're like, maybe that's it. I don't know for sure.
Like lying to myself that that's what it is.
It's just a bird. It's fine. It's fine.
It's just a squirrel.
And I will say, because of your nat 20 on your survival, like, you are able to put your finger on one of the things that's been bothering you since the first time you stepped into this forest, and that is that there are elements of it that have shifted since the last time you came through that did not have time to shift to the extent that they have. Like, there's a tree where a tree wasn't, that nobody could have put the tree there, and it didn't have time to grow. You know, there's not a ton of them, but you get clarity because it's a nat 20 in a moment or two where you're like, that definitely was different. And I don't know what's happening.
Definitely gonna look towards the Rangers' expertise on this.
Yeah. And I'll just relay that to everyone. Like, as I realize it, I'm like, that was not there.
Are we still going in the right direction?
Yes.
That, you know, you don't feel like you've been magically misled to be lost.
Yeah.
So that's some comfort, I guess. But yeah.
Something about this space is changing in a way that it's not supposed to. Like, things always change, but they don't change like that. You can't just transplant a fully grown tree overnight, practically.
And King looks at you and he's like, I don't mean, are you certain? A tree? Like, where it wasn't? Like,
Yeah.
and you are.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's not, can't be good, right? Like,
No, for,
I mean, you
for
would
sure that's not
think.
good. Because there's no, it was what, like a week, a couple weeks the last time we came through here. There's not time for it to grow. Like, this little copse here, it's too big to have just grown, and it's too big to have been transplanted. It's like, it's not natural, and that pervades this whole wood.
And we were attacked the last time we came.
We were. I mentioned that.
King's
you did?
like,
Okay.
he's like, well, it's early, so, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get a move on, though.
Yeah, so do you think you stop for lunch, or do you think you eat as you're walking, or whatever?
I would encourage strongly that
But
we
you
just
don't
eat
take
while
a
we're
break.
walking.
Yeah, like, you haven't taken damage in the morning or anything. You're not in need of a short rest. You're making good time, but it's not like you're running through the forest.
Yeah. And also, I don't think any of us want to stop in here,
Or yeah, I think, like, yeah.
especially
that's-
after Ronnie saying that thing about the tree.
What was that?
That was a 17.
I just meant, what was it for?
Oh, I assumed I was gonna have to do another survival roll.
What's everybody's walk speed?
Oh.
Larry?
Uh,
You're probably faster. No, you're better.
What is Octavius? I know monks are faster.
45.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just trying to make a decision on something I'm trying to figure out what to do about. Anyway,
Since I've currently got like the grandfathered version, I don't remember, but the current one from like the updated Air Ganassi is 35.
Mine is 30.
30. But
So like Octavius was pacing back and forth, zigzagging.
yeah, I'm going to cast Guardian of Faith.
How long does that
10
last?
hours.
What is that one? That's dope.
A large
Does it
spectral
move?
guardian appears and hovers in duration in an occupied space of your choice that you can see within range. Guardian occupies the space and indistinct except for a gleaming sword and shield. Any creature hostile that moves to a space within 10 feet of the guardian the first time, the creature takes 20 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much. And it can move. It moves at 30 feet.
It does?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I knew the spell. I didn't know it moved.
Yeah, it says it. Yeah, it says it moves. So I'm gonna go ahead and just cast that, just to.
What does it look like?
Hmm?
What does it look like?
All of a sudden y'all see, because it's just a voice. It's just a voice command. I mutter something low, and it is a large, almost looks like just the top part of the armor. Everything underneath just looks very spectral. At its side is a flaming sword and a big old shield. And it's only eyes. You can't see. It looks like a helmet would be there, but it's just eyes. No distinct facial features, and it almost kind of looks fiery.
So like Crusher with a genie bottom.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
That's fine.
Doesn't help me somehow visualize anything.
It just kind of sits there.
Helps me.
New trick I learned.
Cool.
Is it, the kid kind of looks at it and he's like, "Does it talk?"
No.
And several of you could learn a thing or two from that. He just laughs and he's like, "I'm joking." I'm going to roll on an encounter table, but I will say,
Oh, come on.
nobody's getting surprised because 17 is higher than the DC of noticing. Okay. There were only 3 options anyway, so you guys make it past the dead oak, and you feel like you're most of the way through the forest, and you're like, maybe we're gonna be okay. Maybe we're gonna be okay. We'll be back to, what was the inn on the other side? I don't remember. Softwood. Or
Yes.
Softwood Tavern. Any minute now, and
Your big boobs.
Ronnie
sure?
knows you
No,
have
it's
maybe an hour left, but the sun's getting low because it
It's
is.
getting low earlier
And
now.
it's the forest, so it's faster. And then, your spirit guardian, who's just been trudging silently, kind of spectrally, puts his hand up, and you guys glance up, and you see, very similar to last time, a ghosty-looking dude, flanked by 2 other ghostly-looking dudes, and we're gonna roll initiative.
Oh, here we go.
You
Why?
know what I've forgotten this whole time?
That cat runs brutal combat.
Well, that's one of the things.
She's reaching for something there, so.
Yeah, I have the wrong map, so we're gonna have to do it on this, but like it's a map. Ah.
And you're going in jail.
I feel like I said it's not great. 2 of them are very similar to last time, although one of them doesn't have a figure that looks like last time. There's one more. The third figure is fucking giant, very ghosty looking thing.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Somehow that thing looks mad.
Somehow it looks.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm gonna put him back here to see if I find him to react. And then,
You were next to me, and then you were toward the back, so you would be by Alabroth.
Tier 1 subscription, she said.
Dope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay, thank you.
Primus price.
Just because I'm amused by it and I didn't make another mini, the king is going to continue to be the egg that he was before.
Oh, man, I'm going to pull the mini out.
I love it.
Let him be egg.
Yes, let him egg.
So what came first, the chicken?
The king.
The king.
He came first.
All right.
And then he had 2 more kids after
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Hang on, give me 1 second to grab, set up my stuff.
Oh. They're gonna die.
Don't say that.
Let's see here.
It is still very weird to realize that Ronnie is the baby of the group.
Yes, I rolled it.
So I burned
Well,
a
I mean,
4th level spell.
You're an elf.
Spirit
That is
Guardian
okay.
or Guardian of
In
Faith.
years.
I mean, that's a good
Octavia's
thing.
the oldest.
Yeah, in like comparative years, how old
That's
is
not
she?
a bad thing.
She's
Oh, it
just
does.
turned 18. Like,
Yeah.
She's
Oh, you know. Okay.
Oh yeah.
just now an adult.
And I should still be able to
But
cast
she's
spiritual
31.
weapon.
I think I don't know.
Yeah.
Is
Ronnie
this
is-
spirit guardian or
Ronnie
guardian
is
whatever?
47.
Is
Is it
that
concentration?
Guardian of Faith.
concentration?
Is it concentration?
I don't think it is.
It's not.
All right, then
That's
yes.
Nope, it's just cast.
I mean, it would be weird for it to be a concentration spell if it's going to last 8 hours.
It's a long
Yeah.
time to just. That's, and I know that's not how concentration works, but it's what I always picture when someone makes concentration checks, just like.
I'm so glad I'm not the only one who imagines
And
that.
surprisingly, neither is spiritual weapon.
Yeah, that comes in handy. Okay, and I actually rolled pretty well. One of them phenomenally. What's everybody else's initiative?
22.
19.
11.
9.
I'm glad we went in order.
Okay, 22, 19, 11, and 9.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is exactly where you.
Yeah.
That's actually exactly the order that that would be ideal for us to go in.
Yeah. Because I can just flank whoever's gets attacked.
Except
You
that
can flank.
Albroth would want to buff us.
And get sneak attack, yes, but later in the battle, we want the cleric to go later.
That's true.
And you can't get sneak attack unless I'm within 5 feet of somebody. So yeah.
Yeah.
I rolled really well 3 times for initiative, and then I rolled the kings, and it's 5.
Hey, it's lower than Brana's.
Yeah.
Someone has a lower initiative than Brahma.
It's
I can't imagine the
representative
king
of
has
how
high
well
dex.
he fights.
Yeah.
Okay, so oh nope, need 1 more second, sorry.
Oh, did we also go in order of how fast each of us walk?
I think they're the same, so yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. Just very in character initiative.
It really was. Including, like, my guys, they're in power level is how well they rolled, which is weird.
Yeah, we know that.
You were gonna know anyway. Real fast. I built this encounter. Is there? Where did I put it?
Huh? There is, but we did not set up the camera for this.
Oh, my
I
bad.
can help you if you like.
It should be.
That
We still set up from last time, right?
I can adjust. Go ahead. Switch
I think,
Yeah, you have a sec. It's
So,
gonna
like-
take me a second anyway,
Yeah,
so
and
like,
and I think
go
it,
for it.
like, up and then angle it more down. Does that make sense?
Let's see.
Hold on. This way. The camera isn't, or the battle map is in the bottom left corner of the camera. Oh, all right, let go. A little bit more.
Also moves the battle map.
True. Up more.
Do you want me to move the map?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
No.
Move him out. Yeah, that's perfect.
Hello. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Booyakasha!
Okay.
What?
Archer?
I just said.
Boy, good show.
I just said.
Yeah, because I think Lana makes fun of him for always saying that.
So taking my allergy
I keep
medicine.
No,
getting,
it's just Walters. It's his mom.
I keep getting compared to characters who are a little too on the nose.
Yeah, Archer and yeah, it's
Just really? No, because
just the confident like that. And the Lana.
I've been going
Lana.
through this life half.
Lana! What? Danger zone.
Okay.
Like he's like, I've been going through life half-assed, but you're getting full ass.
Oh,
It's a
wait.
great show.
That's 2
Like
times
I
the ass.
love that show so much.
I love how they
And
go.
I hated it the first like 2 or 3 times I tried it. And then you just get in a certain mood. You watch it, you're like, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
The funniest memory I have watching Archer is my sister's fiance was watching it, and it was an episode where they had both Archer and the guy that voices Gene in the same episode. Gene from Bob's
Yes!
Burgers in the same episode. And all I heard were those 2 voices, and I'm like, this is a really weird episode of Bob's Burgers I've never seen. And I came out and it was a completely different show, and I was very confused.
They did one
Who
where
voices Eugene? That's Eugene Gene. That's Eugene Merman, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I thought he was Mr.
Here, I'll look it up.
You got it?
Yeah.
I know he was in the same episode. He plays the brother of Kristen Shaw's character in Archer.
Yeah, Eugene Merman.
Okay.
I thought you mean Gene Merman played what's-his-face for some reason. The counselor that they all hate, and the kids counselor.
Oh no, Mr. Frond.
Mr. Frond.
Mr. Frond is my favorite character to watch get, like, just decimated by these children
him.
because he's awful. Like, he was definitely the kid that got picked on in school, but he also has no patience for children. So therefore, whenever he has to deal with children that actually probably need therapy, he
Like
doesn't
the
know.
I love how
children.
relaxed everyone is because Kat is like calculating over there.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah.
I am
I was
scared.
double checking the stats on your weapon, and
Oh,
I don't
So,
think I have
he's
all
also
of them.
very stupid. The children are able
Do you
to
know
trick
how much?
him, like,
Didn't it
20
have
times
like
over.
a
It's great.
thing that you could do
Who
extra
voices
damage
Tina?
with?
let me see what I wrote
let me find
down.
Because I know Louise is voiced
For
by
the
Kristen
axe,
Shaw.
it gave me
Tina is
bonus
voiced by
plus
Dan Mintz.
1 hit point.
Okay, I don't know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Originally, Tina was going to be a
Attack
boy.
and damage.
And in the pilot, or not in the
okay,
pilot,
plus 1 bonus
they
attack.
had to redo the pilot. But
Plus
in the
1
original
on a
pilot,
hit point
Tina's a
on
boy.
damage.
Oh.
But all the same jokes. They're like
A
they're
crit
funny,
does an extra d12 of necro
but
damage.
they're
Okay,
so much
that's what
funnier
I was
with the
gonna
girl.
say.
Yeah.
The inappropriate butt
Okay.
stuff is so much funnier because it's a girl. All the
So I'll just
weird
add that,
teenage
if
angst
I have
is
to
so much funnier.
Attack.
Yeah,
I
just
think my
add the
favorite
plus
is her
one
just
in that
deadpan
and
Plus 1 to attack
Your
and
ass is grass and I'm gonna
damage.
mow it. And the guy she's like is just like, leave me alone. Because it's on like a Family Feud type game show, like Family Feud Double Dare game show thing.
crit necro 12.
But they get kicked off of. I don't remember why, but Linda Flash is the audience.
Oh,
Okay.
that was the bird. That was when Bob gets a cooking show on TV.
Alright,
Okay, so now that we're back
first-
into TV.
Yeah. The first thing that happens is big ghosty guy is good. Advances on you. About that far. And I need all of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm
one
not
coming.
very smart.
19.
It's not super hard.
You doubt my dice.
18.
Hold on.
What? 11? Yeah, that's what I thought.
9.
Gonna be using that new spell real quick.
Yeah, you guys are both paralyzed.
Cool.
And
For how long?
Well,
Is this a charm or a frighten?
it's this is no, but that's relevant. No, you were just paralyzed. And then it's not going to last very long, but he did get a nat 20 on his attack. It lasts on you two.
Okay. Does he need to come to us to do that?
No.
No.
How,
Okay,
how
no.
long does it last?
It lasts until you're damaged, actually, so you'll be
Cool, I'm just gonna
immediately
put that counter away.
out of it, but you're gonna, yeah.
Seriously, you couldn't dodge that at all? Like no dodge action or anything?
Paralyzed.
Okay, never mind. I
Yeah,
thought they could dodge anything. All right.
Paralyzed.
like uncanny dodge does not work that way.
Okay then. I don't know.
What he did was glare at you, so it's hard to dodge glares.
Yeah.
Okay then.
And some of you are like,
What, the
I see
hooded
him
guy did
glaring.
that?
No, the ghost.
The
The
big
ghost.
ghosty.
You don't even see eyes. What you guys see, and what you see for a second, and both of you shake off, and the king actually shook off as well, is like you see kind of like, you glance at it and you're looking at it like, are there eye holes? Because it's kind of this amorphous, moving, whatever. You're kind of distracted by the fact that it looks like mean wind. But you guys, you're just like, maybe I do see eyes, and then they just like, they get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Until it's like, how are the eyes bigger than the face kind of vibes? You can't really attach to what you're seeing, but you're like... And, he... hang on.
I'm more upset that my brain has something that it can switch to visualize it. I'm not happy.
Wonderful. Anyway.
Mandela catalog.
Yeah, that's,
Basically, the imagery for that was they skewed a lot of images, so now I have that.
it was a crit. So you each take 31 points of bludgeoning damage. But you are no longer paralyzed with that, and so now you're not paralyzed anymore, but you're both frightened. What is your thing, Octavian?
I can, as an action, end that.
Okay. So, I actually think you are next, because you rolled really well too.
Hit points.
I have a 22.
I'm fine. For now.
Yeah, so you're next. You can either make a saving throw at the end of your turn with disadvantage, or you can use your action to just...
I'm going to kind of look at the ground, and you hear Octavia kind of mumbling under her breath, and what she's saying is, "Get out of it faster, get out of it faster, get out of it faster," and I'm gonna end.
Like, for just a second, you see, like, you catch the parallel with Ronnie, and you're like, it's wind. What did my wind friend say?
Yeah.
And, yeah, you're okay. So you used your action to do that. I don't know if you have options for your bonus action, but if you do, or if you want to move, you can do either of those things.
I don't think any of my bonus actions are particularly helpful. Actually, yeah, I'm going to step in front of everybody, right here. I'm going to use my bonus action to do patient defense.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, is that your turn?
Yep.
What does patient defense do?
Disadvantage on all attacks against me.
On all attacks against you?
Yeah.
Okay. That is
I mean,
your
obviously don't, not what, on any attack that could have disadvantage, like,
turn? I was just
yeah.
checking.
On all
What?
attack, yep.
Yeah. Ronnie.
Oh, it is my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, What's 18 plus 9?
Enough.
Okay.
27.
27.
I had the number. I just heard enough.
I use my bonus action. First, Planar Warrior. I'm turning all of my damage into force damage. And so...
I feel like that was a good idea.
11... 16 points of force damage.
Okay. Dope. On the main guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, anything else? Is that your...
Oh! I actually get to attack twice. I forgot about that.
Oh,
You got extra
snap.
Dope.
Get him.
Probably not.
Megan.
Maybe though.
They're not hard to hit.
11?
No, they're hard
I
to
didn't
hit than
figure
that.
I didn't figure. But
Oh.
I rolled a 2, so...
Yeah. Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Dope. Next is the OG looking Revenant thing.
Oh,
Whatever.
actually, before we do that,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take a side step to be in front of the king.
That's a good call. He's going to just see how far is his speed. Okay, he's got going to wait. Who's that? Oh, that's
That's
your
the
spectral
Guardian.
Yeah, it's my Guardian of Faith.
Okay. He's going to. Actually. Yeah. He's gonna come up, hang out right there, because he doesn't know. What happens if it enters his range?
You gotta make a wisdom saving throw. Hold on. Let me get you the number here. Dexterity saving throw beat a 17.
He rolled a natural one.
Okay. Oh, wow. He takes 20 points of radiant damage. That's a failed save. Yep.
Okay. How much?
20 points of radiant damage.
Nope.
Good.
Anything else?
I mean, I can't do anything.
No, I don't know if there's any other effect. I'm just asking.
Oh,
about
no,
the
it's
spell.
just, let's see. Yep, you take 20 points on the fail save. So, okay.
Okay. He is.
That's one strike. It disappears after it does 60 damage.
Okay. He is attacking you, though, Alabra.
No,
Huh?
I don't want that to happen. Thank you.
Well,
No, thank you.
that's not really your call. So tell me, does a 9 hit you?
Absolutely not.
So
Yeah, when you hit
the first one misses. He's gonna roll again.
Jesus.
Okay, 21.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you take. Ooh, he rolled like garbage. 8. Oh wait. $18 bludgeoning damage.
Jesus, man.
Yeah, but that's its turn. The yeah, but it's your turn.
Oh,
Or no, sorry. Okay. Except the third one doesn't hit anything anyway, so yes, it's your turn. He's gonna move.
All right. Let's see. What can I do?
That guy went too.
He missed both times.
Okay.
He saw that guy take damage, so he's gonna head. They seem to be like not super strategic as far as you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
they're not flanking. He walked right into the spectral thing.
I can do a spell and then summon spiritual weapon.
You can do a...
It says it's a bonus. It says it's a bonus
It
action.
is a bonus action, but the spell for your action has to be a cantrip.
Okay.
You cast that, so like...
Okay, cool. I'll do a cantrip. Is he harmed?
Which?
He took 20 points of radiant damage, right?
Yes.
I take my fist and go, boom, Toll the Dead.
Nice.
And I am going to, so on Toll the Dead, please succeed on a wisdom saving throw beating a 17.
It does not seem to impact him in any way, shape, or form.
For real?
It's immune to
Okay,
any
then.
turn undead.
What kind of damage is Toll the Dead?
It's necrotic damage.
You can roll an insight check if you want,
Okay, then.
because it's not as
Or an
clean
Arcana?
as that. Huh?
Or an Arcana?
Sure.
I'm gonna roll insight. Oh, well.
Natural
Oh.
20?
It's not the type of damage. It's, you read in your monk books that there are certain types of undead creatures that are immune to those effects. And this appears to be one of them.
Okay,
Do I know what
then.
those types mean?
No, most ghosties can get hit with this, some of them can't.
With this specific spell?
With the specific crit spell, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, even rules as written, it's just some creatures
Or immune
they have
specifically
something
to Toll
called
the Dead?
turn immunity,
Okay.
which is any effect
Oh,
that
so also turn, probably.
Mhm.
Okay.
any effect that turns or told or whatever, any
Okay.
of that doesn't apply.
Okay, fine. Well, that didn't hit, so I'm hitting Bless at 2nd level.
Okay.
That should
So
hit.
you're not casting spiritual weapon?
No, I'm gonna
Okay.
cast Bless at 2nd level.
And get who?
That gets everyone,
Dope. Including the king or no?
including the king.
Dope.
That's why I'm doing it at 2nd.
Attack rolls and saving throws, is that right?
Make sure here. It should be
Thought it
yes, a
was
plus
I was
4.
saving
mixed up the
throws
one.
and skill
Um,
checks.
Hold on.
It's attack throws.
Oh,
Take a
really?
Yeah,
D4,
so it's
attack
good.
rolls,
No,
and
it's
saving throws.
Oh.
Yes.
Which
That's
is more...
the one I always
Okay.
missed too. That's why I was double checking.
Yeah.
Attack rolls and saving throws. Dope.
Okay, so there's my. That's.
So
Yeah,
you're
I'm gonna leave my Guardian of Faith right there.
Just
Okay.
all my D4s. So I
Rana.
remember.
Alright, so you said I had the frightened effect?
Oh yeah, that you have the end of your turn. Unfortunately, you make a saving throw with disadvantage to try and break out of frightened.
So I can't do anything.
Well, I think
Well, I mean, I was looking
you
at
took the damage. You are frightened. Roll me just an insight check,
Just a normal one?
Yeah.
No disadvantage.
not disadvantage on that.
Oh,
You had a
God,
plus
baby.
4 to it, right? Oh wait.
Yeah.
Plus 2. I thought.
No, for the insight check, you don't get the
Oh.
D4, but for
Well.
okay, you think if you can just like, I'll allow you with that to take a second and close your eyes so that you don't have disadvantage on the saving throw. It's because you're
Roll
staring
yourself.
at it.
Okay.
But
No,
since the
I-
paralysis ended, I feel like that's fair.
Alright, but
So-
I wouldn't be able to do an action.
Mm-mm.
I roll
No.
That's fair.
I'm being nice to like, but yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead and roll the wisdom saving throw, and you can add a D4 onto this one. And it's not at disadvantage, so that's
I wrote
good.
it down.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So... Oh... Okay, alright. So it's that kind of
I
night.
rolled a 1. There's no amount of D4 that can save that.
You close your eyes and you're like, who knows what it's doing while my eyes are closed. You're just back to terrified. So that's the end of your turn. I'm so sorry.
That's
Alrighty.
fine.
Uh,
I didn't take any extra damage, so. Right?
That's something. Yeah, no.
Okay.
And you're not, and you don't feel like your body can't do anything. You're like, I just gotta get over this and I'll be okay.
Yep. I mean, I am also behind Alabra. I feel fine in that regard.
Sure.
Kind of.
The king actually does take out his hand axe.
Hey! I'm so worried for him.
And he's going to...
She said it was immune to turn undead.
He's going to step beside Ronnie, but not in front of him. So he has you guys on either side of him.
Okay.
Can you put him in? Somebody
Of course.
In the middle. Put him right in between you two. Yeah, because he needs the reach. And he actually hits that third one.
+4. That.
Oh yeah.
Is that an attack?
He definitely hits.
Does that make it a natural 20? Or is that
no.
not how that works?
No and no. And he does.
Yeah.
He rolls again.
If a D4 can make it a natural 20.
Ooh, he's too short on the second one, so I'm gonna roll bless and see if he makes it.
Let's go!
You got a 2!
Does that do it?
Yeah. Woohoo! So yeah, in his turn he does very respectable 13 points of damage
Hey!
to the he hits it, he takes his axe and he kinda slashes it with one and stabs it with the other, and he's like, I didn't even know if that would work, it's a ghost!
Good shot, Your Majesty!
And that is his turn. We're back to the top. So okay. It's so hard for me not to, when I'm doing the math, do hit point totals out loud. It's so hard for me, and that would ruin so much.
Yep.
So the main guy is going to, trying to see. He actually does know, and he's like scared enough of Brana. He's gonna try and strike out at Brana
No.
because he has advantage because frightened. Huh. The first one was a 2, so that even at a 10, does that hit you?
At 10, no.
The second one is a 19, but the second one is not as bad.
The second one does hit though.
Yeah.
That does hit me.
So you suffer 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
That is not nearly as bad.
Yeah, it's real shitty for the main guy.
Yeah.
This would be helpful.
But yeah, that's his turn. At the end of his turn is Octavia's turn.
Yeah, she's gonna go around back of Mr. Guy that attacked us before.
Which one? Okay.
So that she's flanking with Albroth
Wait, she moves from
From next to the king.
next to the that guy will get an attack. But she really wants to be flanking.
Does that give the other guy an attack too? It does.
Not if I go the other way, which I can.
You have the movement to do it.
Oh, you mean behind?
So yeah.
Okay. Do you think she does that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's wise. Let me make the one attack. Does hit.
Well, balls.
He hasn't like marked you or whatever, but he did roll relatively well. So it's 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Understood.
And then yeah,
How
you're
we
flanking with
She doesn't
Albert.
look good for sure. She doesn't look great. But what I am gonna do is I'm gonna take, with advantage and also bless, some hits against this guy.
You might be able to hit it with advantage and bless.
16 plus 7.
You didn't even need the plus.
Yeah. What am I doing? I'm hitting him? I would like
Hitting
to
him?
hit him with my hit things. Okay. 9 points of damage for the first one.
What kind of damage?
It's just my fist, but it is magical. I think.
It's true.
Yeah, your fists are magic. this
Yeah.
time. It's bludgeoning.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me make for sure. 'Cause I think I already have that, yeah.
Ghost punching.
Yeah.
You
it's like
should,
this little-
yeah.
Can't power strikes. Yep.
I'm sorry, how much? 14?
No, it was only 9
9.
for the first
Okay.
one.
Go on.
The second one is more than that to hit.
Yep.
That's That's only 5 points of damage. Oh, stunning strike.
Key point. Allow me to make my point. Burn my legs.
Roll a. I don't even know. Roll an Arcana check.
It's pretty good. My Arcana's not great, but 19.
Immune.
Okay. Understood.
Also canon. I want you to get to stun things occasionally too.
Haven't stunned anything.
Yeah.
9 plus 1 is 10, plus 7 is 17
To hit?
to hit.
Yeah.
That's another 7 points.
Did you flurry of blows? Is that what?
No, that was my bonus action. I'm not doing
Oh, because
flurry
you
of
have
blows.
2 attacks.
Yeah, I had 2 attack and then another one.
I'm so sorry. What was the number you said the damage?
7.
Okay. Okay.
So 20 total.
Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
You feel like you must have gotten a little bit stronger since the last time, if that's exactly the same strength as that guy was when you came through the forest earlier. Saying if that's the same Revenant,
Yeah.
you're like, well, I did a lot more damage than I did last time.
A little bit. I don't know how does he look hurt? Does he look like
weirdly,
that hurts?
They shrink.
Oh. Then yes, I think.
So
they
they look older and more withered. So like
Weird.
there is an impact that you can see. It's not like bloodied or anything.
Gotcha.
Is that your turn?
Yep.
Ronnie?
Alright, same person I was shooting at before.
Which one?
Big boy.
Okay.
And another planar warrior bonus action, turn everything to force damage, because it's easier to hit ghosts if you're not hitting them physically. And first one is a 28 to hit.
Damn.
28, is that what you said?
Yeah.
It's only a little more than twice as they say.
That one is 15 points of force damage.
Okay.
And then the second one is an 18 to hit.
An 18 hits.
Okay, and that one is 20 points of force damage.
Okay.
I got max damage on that one.
35 total? Right?
Yes, 35.
Not saying hit point total. Okay.
You can say the hit point total is now 5.
Give or take. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's me.
Dope.
Oh, I will take a free action to tell the king that I would. I do feel a little uncomfortable with him being right next to the creepy ghost people.
He looks at you, he's like, me too. But I only have 2 things, so I don't want to throw them.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, right? We'll see.
Sure.
But you can see he's got a vibe of like, I've done this before. It's been a long time. I can hang
He's
with these
feeling good about
kids.
getting back into it.
He's
How does
trying
he
to
feel about
good.
the fact that I'm 17?
He doesn't have time to evaluate that right now.
Okay.
He'll
No,
unpack
like-
that later.
Yeah,
He
the
treats you all as like he can't tell the difference between 17 and 30. Like so
clearly
he
Yeah,
treats
no,
all
it's-
of you like that group of fun kids.
yeah. I'm thinking
Okay.
I can hang with the kids. I'm like visibly a kid.
I don't think he knows that because
That's fun.
yeah. At the end of your turn, that one. Okay, so your spirit thing, does it hurt it again on its turn?
Yeah. If he's still
Another
there.
20?
Yeah. Dex saving throw was beat to 17.
Dex saving throw?
I believe it was Dex.
Your wisdom is turning dead.
Yeah, the wisdom was total of dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Dex.
It's a 4, so I don't know if that's
20
gonna.
more points of radiant damage.
Nice. This guy is now looking. Yeah, so he's gonna move,
Waist height.
which means you can try and hit him with an opportunity attack if you want, because he's gonna.
I can hit him with opportunity attack.
Actually, both of you.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Where's it going?
He's gonna go hide behind Ghosty guys.
No, he's not. So any attack. All right. Guiding bolt.
You can use.
As a reaction.
Oh, let's see. Reactions. Nah, I can just bash him.
Yeah, take a swing.
Reaction.
All right. So the Clank. Action apply. Well,
Yeah.
let's see. Ooh, boy. That would be, hold on, 25 to hit.
Yeah, actually 25 does hit.
Okay, then.
Believe it or not.
number.
Huh?
18 to hit.
You might not need to use your action. Maybe.
Okay, then.
But yes. If,
6.
Yes.
What? Oh, oops, sorry.
Okay.
10 points of bludgeoning damage. Oh, 11 points of bludgeoning damage. I get an extra one
Because
for
you're
the,
plus one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't
Okay.
mean to roll here, but it did it.
I saw that.
So
It's not too far from the numbers.
he is looking really, really rough.
The guy starts to run off, and I just... Boop.
18 to hit.
Yeah.
8 points.
He goes down. Yeah, like he's like, oh, I don't like this.
Whereas he was going back to the guy. I just clothesline him.
He tries to run. Clink!
Yeah, like he gets so thrown by the radiant damage and the
Hammer smashing, or the mace smashing his
Just
head.
right in the back of the head.
yeah, and so he like
You just get
he
to
kind of turns to run, but he's moving at the same time he's turning, and you're just like,
Well, better yet,
Yeah.
nice job.
Just clothesline.
Nice
Yeah.
job. Well, the mace hits him in the back, pushing him forward, and then he takes the clothesline.
and you
Like when Axel
almost
fell
like
off the thing, it just wow.
amazing.
legs go up and just falls.
No,
As he
it
hits the ground, he
almost-
just goes.
It makes you feel a little bit bad, almost because he's looked older and older.
Yeah.
So like in that last
107.
moment, he looks like the. He's
sort of
the guy
little-
that's like, I'm free, I'm free.
Yeah.
Dang it.
from the hunchback.
Hunchback. He's very much that vibe, but he falls and he dissipates.
I fist bump Octavia.
You look over and your spirit guardian has his fist out.
Give him one.
And he kind of like at you, but he's in very new territory
Yeah,
for
yeah.
him. So that's
Octavia's like bleeding out her eyeballs.
Yeah.
She's like,
that's like the worst turn that a bad guy can have, I think. But yeah, he's down, and then next is the next one.
hit it hard enough to-
Should be me, right? I might
No,
have-
you're after.
You're after the next one.
Oh,
So he's going to
retro.
take a swing at first Ronnie. Does a 7 hit you? So no? Okay.
What a bunch of ding dongs.
Shut up, we ain't beat him yet.
He does hit the king, actually, but it's not. It's like he punches the king, which is a little weird. And he rolled max and minimum. He's the king looks to be hit like pretty hard, but not. You don't
Not
know
concerned.
that much.
It looked like a good connect, but not.
It looked like you wouldn't be at all concerned if it was one of you, but you know he's not
We're
in
supposed to be
fighting
protecting the
shape,
sheep.
so like you're concerned, but it's not urgent yet. But yeah, that's that guy's turn, and then Alabroth, it is you.
Okay, first up, we're gonna do a channel divinity. 20 for you, 15 for you.
Hey,
And now
she's no
I
longer
am
bleeding out of her eyeballs.
going to cast spiritual weapon. So with that, I'm gonna point at Big Bad right there in the front.
What level do you cast it at?
Oh, spiritual weapon. I'm gonna cast it. Let's see, second.
Okay.
Let me burn that slot. Okay,
So point at Big Bad.
and just go, get him! So I want my Guardian of Faith and the Spirit Weapon to go over there and, hurt him.
Don't you need your bonus action to command your Guardian of Faith?
I don't
Could
know.
be wrong.
I honestly don't know. I can
Okay.
wait till my
But
turn.
it doesn't say. No, it is your turn. It doesn't say that you need that. It doesn't say using your bonus action you can command it
Okay.
to move. Is that?
No, look.
No, it's a question.
No.
Does
Yeah.
does it say under the spell that you need to use your bonus action?
Let's see.
Because if it doesn't say that, then you don't.
Cast time one action. No. Nope, it doesn't say.
Okay,
it
then
doesn't
yeah,
say.
both of them can go after him.
Okay. So I'm gonna go over here to this guy.
Go.
I don't know if I can attack with spiritual weapon. after I
Yes, you can.
Oh well, then spiritual weapon gonna get him some.
Okay.
That's gonna be a 16.
16 does hit.
Okay, 1d8 plus 5. Dang it, I didn't mean to hit that button. I'm trying to see what the modifier is on that one. I thought there was additional radiant damage or something on spiritual weapon. My bad.
It's force damage, weirdly.
Yeah, so that's going to be 10 points force damage.
Dope. Okay. Was that it?
That's all I can do. Yep.
Okay.
Y'all HP looking good now?
I'm fine.
Better?
Better, yes.
Brana.
Alright, so
You have to roll. You still bless. And you can, now
yeah.
that you know you can close your eye, you can do it again. So you don't have disadvantage, which is good.
To stab.
oh, thank fucking God. 22.
That surprisingly doesn't make it. Good. So you drop your frightened condition.
Yay!
And unfortunately, it's at the end of your turn.
Yeah.
But you're not frightened anymore.
Yay!
You're like, this thing isn't that bad. It looks like mean Ronnie. And with that, it's the king. He's going to do nothing. Hang on. Bonus action. Yep, nothing. Nothing from the king. He's like, he starts to go to attack, or starts to like work on it, and then is like, he sits there for a second. He's like, I'm good. Took a minute. He just expects all of you to hear him, but that's the end of his turn.
I mean, Ronnie hears
Octavia
him.
just
Like, I guess I was worried about it, but like, that it's the top of the order. The big bad is going to, having had about enough of Alabras shenanigans, is going to. They don't get opportunity attacks because they're whatevers.
Oh, damn.
Plus, he's not moving out of their range anyway. He's gonna kind of vamp here
oh
Oh, no.
and take a swing at Alabroth, surprisingly with its fists, which you don't see the fists
Really?
form. Right? Oof. The first one is a 18. Does an 18 hit you?
That is my armor class 18.
Ooh.
So that means he misses.
No, that means
No,
he
that
gets
means
it.
he hit.
The
Wait,
second
you're
one
talking
does
about-
miss though.
Okay.
So the first one is. Ooh, you rolled good.
Damn it, that's not good.
24 points of bludgeoning damage. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, hang on. Apply changes and wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's going to be wisdom 17. I got a plus 8 to wisdom.
Pretty sure that's it. You did fine. Double check.
You ruined all my good plans.
Okay. Yeah, that makes it. So that's all that happens is that damage.
Okay.
It's the end of its
Oh,
turn.
no, it's not the end of its turn. Make a dex saving throw. 17.
Oh, yeah.
Please
No?
don't make it. No?
Mm-mm.
That's 20 points of radiant damage.
Dope. And that guy disappears now,
And he
right?
disappears now.
Yeah.
And that's
One.
it for Guardian of Faith. Thank you for your service.
He kind of does the explosion part of the fist bump and dissipates into the ether. And that is Octavia.
I'm gonna take a little skippity step around spiritual weapon, so I'm back flanking with Alabroth. And we're gonna try and hit this guy a bunch.
A bunch.
Sounds like a plan.
So the first one is a 25.
Mm-hmm.
Big
Okay.
hit.
Hit.
It's only a 1 stupid damage dice, so that's 4 points.
Mm-hmm.
Second one, I don't need the bless because that was an 18 on the die.
Mm-hmm.
It's another 7 points,
Okay.
so 11 total now. I'm gonna do flurry blows.
Cool.
10 plus 7 is 17 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about that. That's another 1 on the dice. 4 more points. So.
Your modifier's only 3 on it?
Oh, sorry. My modifier is 4, so it's another 5 points. So 5 plus 5 is 10. Plus 7 is 17. And then 1 more. 14. This is 21 to hit.
Yep.
That is finally a 6. So 10. So this was 27 points total.
Cool. He's looking rougher.
Okay.
Rough would. Nope, not yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, is that her turn?
That is my turn.
Ronnie.
Planar Warrior again. All force damage.
Love
I
that.
got, respectively, a 25 and a 31 to hit.
Both of those are hitting the big guys still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
31 without rolling an at 20.
Yeah.
That's
You have
ridiculous.
a plus what? 12, 13?
12?
I have a plus 9 to hit.
And how did you get a 31? Oh, bless.
Bless.
Oh, okay. Fair
Because
enough.
I rolled I think a 4.
But anyway, yeah, they all hit.
And it comes out to a total 2 of 20 points of force damage.
Loud.
He's starting to show some pretty, significant wear, but still healthy-ish. The end of your turn. This guy's gonna get up.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Ah. Right? And,
No.
He's going to... He's real scared, though. Yeah, he's going to be too scared to try and, flank or anything. Not that he could, but he's going to point at Alabroth and try and attack him. He looks pretty woozy and he shouldn't have gotten up.
Yeah.
But he did. He gathered, but he still looks like the guy from the Hunchback. He did get a 22 to hit, but he can't do a lot. You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh. Plus 8 to wisdom. Come on,
I
baby.
assume you're going to ace all of
Natural
these.
20.
You feel
I don't know
even
why you would
wiser
assume that.
than before. It's a fairly low DC.
Yeah.
But you have to still make him. Yeah. He doesn't hit you. But yeah, he's up. That's all he gets to do with his. The other one. He does not want to take that opportunity attack. So he's going to take a swing at Ronnie. Miss once, miss twice. He missed twice. At the end of his turn, Alabroth, it's your turn.
Alright, I am not looking so great, so gonna burn Healing Word at, well, let's see. Come on. Let's just talk. Healing Word at 3rd level, 3d4 plus 10. So
Plus 10.
3d4 plus 10. And plus, since I'm doing healing, I got Blessed Healer, so let's see. Alright, that is 16. And then with Blessed Healer, HP equal to 2 plus the spell's level. So,
That was 3rd
Well, that's
level,
a-
so 5.
yeah, so 21.
Yeah.
Okay, 21 points of healing damage. Let me add that in, and I'm going to take a swing at it with Spiritual Weapon.
That's a bonus action, as is Healing Word. So you have an action you can do, but you can't take a swing with the spiritual weapon. You can Sacred Flame it or something like that.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to get my shit together.
Or you can hit it with a weapon. Yeah.
Alright, so, okay, Healing Word.
You got missed twice in a row.
Oh, cool.
I'll go ahead and take a swing at it with my mace.
Dope.
I made a hierarchy of teams.
Woo, boy, that's a good hit. Plus 8 to 17, so, yeah, 20. That's 8 to 17. Yeah, that's 25 to hit.
On the main guy right there.
Yeah, it's
Yep,
just
that hits.
right there, and then
But they vary wildly. A little bit.
8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
That's a big difference.
He is looking.
This is the matching.
He's still there, but you know. This this mace feels really, really nice in your hand, and you glance down at it, and for the first time you see it actually has a name. Where is it? It's called. One second.
It's called pepper
Make
spray.
a perception check for me. So I want to know.
Mace.
Huh.
That's 21.
Thank you.
It's
Nobody
21.
bats 1,000.
21.
No,
Don't hold my job.
So
I did not hear you.
it's inscribed along the whole handle. It says it's called the Zealot's Mace of Manifested Devotion, right?
Ooh,
That's cool.
that's a mouthful.
Right, and apparently you're not the only one who thought so, because somebody kind of scratched into it very graffiti style right below that, which is what that perception check was for. Try hard axe. Try hard mace. They decided it was too big a mouthful, but yes, that's the formal name.
Or the try-hard mace.
Try hard mace.
Love it.
Only being called a tryhard.
It just went so well with plot armor.
Yeah.
Just like couldn't help it. But yeah, it's
It's working for me.
it's nice. I should hit with weapons more often. It's at the end of Alabroth's turn. Braun actually gets to take a turn.
Oh my goodness, I
Let's
can do things now. That's what I'm planning.
Do that good stab.
The problem is, I'm going to incur several attacks of opportunity, no matter which direction I go.
Disengage.
Wait, can't you just...
That's true.
Yes, I have.
I don't know, I'm just...
There are two things right there. I go through there.
Where are
Are
you trying
you
to
gonna-
get
If
to?
you flank with the king, you don't incur any attacks of opportunity because you're not going to pass anyone that's an enemy.
Let me map out movement. Yeah, I could do that.
And to flank, you need to do one more to your right there.
Hi. Hello, friend.
And then you take a swing at it,
Not for long.
or
Yep.
take a. What weapon are you using?
My fire dagger,
Dope.
because I remember that did more damage to it, obviously.
Kept it from regenerating. Is what it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also does fire damage, I guess. So.
Let's go. You also
21.
have bless.
21 plus the plus.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
When you
So-
get sneak attack because you had advantage, did you roll at advantage?
No, I did not.
Because
Reroll
you're
again.
flanking.
No. Okay. So that's fine. I'll do the fire separate.
sneak attack's starting to feel heftier.
Yes. I wish I got to roll multiple dice.
But you roll higher than a 1.
Oh, you're about to see a multiple dice roll in just a second.
Sounded like a threat.
20 points of damage, 4 of it being fire.
Dope. It's starting to look real rough.
Good.
Gonna take another swing. You have a
Oh yeah, I can use my regular.
two-hand or melee, whatever.
Yeah, I can use a
regular dagger.
bonus action.
Yeah.
To do another stabby stab. You said it. Is that one still at advantage? Oh no, it's not at advantage.
It
but
is at advantage. You're still flanking.
Oh yeah, no. 23 to hit.
Yeah. 23 hits. You
Do I
guys
still get the bonus?
You don't get sneak
Yeah.
attack again, and you don't get fire again.
It
So.
definitely knows you're there.
Are you sure? I think it was pretty ambiguous. So that'll be 4 points of damage.
Dope. It looks really, really on death's door. But it's not dead quite yet. The king is going to take a couple swings at it. The king might get to kill something. I don't know.
He has
Hey.
advantage now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. My
Oh,
guys
shit,
never
son.
get advantage.
How does it feel?
It feels like a 16 and a 2, so that's actually real good. So he does one. So,
With the
His-
bless too? Oh, okay, cool. Sorry.
oh yeah. The first attack does 2 damage. So he gets like psyched up because he can see that it's low. And he kind of swings a little wide, but he gets one more hit, and he got a natural 19, which for him is a crit. Yeah!
Fighter!
With exactly the total that he needed. He took his, and he kind of went wide, and then he goes, "Whew, forgot how to do this." And he takes his dagger and he just stabs him through the eyeball. And it's savage AF. And he goes down. And you feel like your fire dagger will prevent him from doing the pop-up game that the other guy did.
Just gonna.
That is his turn. Top of the order.
Big ghosty ghost.
Big ghosty ghost. Still mad at Alabroth.
Shit, damn.
Misses with his first one. Well, but then he got a natural 19 on the second one.
Back
He
balls.
is done with that. He didn't like that you healed, even though at the start of his turn, it's evident that he heals a tiny bit as well. Not much. Oh, but he rolled pretty bad on damage.
Alright. Please tell me the number and make it be low. Please.
It not that bad, but it's 16. And make a wisdom saving throw.
Let the +8 modifier be with me. Okay, that's going to be a 23.
Like I said, it's probably pointless, but you gotta roll them. Okay.
Alright.
That is his turn. He's not gonna move or anything. Octavia.
Octavia looks over at Brana and sees the fire dagger and goes, "Oh yeah, fire!" And shakes her hands out, and you see her hands start to glow, and then spectral fire fists come around, and she just goes like this and boxes the ears of the revenant 10 feet away from me.
You can do it from that far away.
That's 18 plus 2 plus 7, 27 to hit.
I think that hit.
That's
Come on.
9 points of fire damage.
Woo woo!
And if I need to, I can spend another key point to do some extra.
He's not down.
He's not down?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna spend another key point. Actually, no, I'm just gonna keep hitting him. 13 plus what? 14 plus 7.
So wait, like you can keep doing it with the fire?
Yes, it's for the rest of my... It's until it comes to my next turn, so it's my turn and then my reaction.
Yeah, but it doesn't give you, it doesn't increase the range of your reaction. or on your space, I don't think.
It increases my reach to 10 feet, so I could
Right,
do.
but if they don't, it doesn't incur opportunity attacks by being 10 feet
That's eight.
away.
Right.
Is what I'm
Already.
saying.
Yeah.
It's just,
Let's just start drinking. Let's go.
yeah.
It's another 6 points of fire
It
damage.
didn't even matter how much damage
Yeah,
it was.
she just boxes his ears, sees that he's not down, and just punches, and you see flames just erupt from her fist and go 10 feet into his face.
And envelop him. He doesn't look old this time. He looks dead. It like kind of does the cartoony with the burning skull. And it almost falls, but then it turns into a spectral nothing. And you're like, he's not coming back. That's done.
That's how I do
And
it.
then she turns back to the ghost in front of her, and whack whack goes flurry of blows.
And go for it.
At advantage. Woohoo! Natural 20.
Oh!
Yeah, that will hit, I think.
Double it, double it, double it.
Alright. Are we doing double? Are we
It's up to
rolling?
you. I
Okay,
don't
I rolled
care.
2, 3 and a 1 for 8 points of fire damage, and I'm going to spend another key point to do another D10. Is it a D10? Another D10 of fire damage, so that's another 18 points of fire damage.
What, 18 from the initial?
18 plus 8.
Sorry, how much total?
18 plus 8 is 26 points of
Okay.
fire damage.
Dope.
And then one more. That's a 6 and a 2. I might still hit if I get a 4, 10, 17 to hit.
It actually does hit. They are easy to hit.
And then another 6 points of fire damage.
Dope. He looks mad somehow, which is weird because he has almost no features.
There's no face, yeah.
Ever since the eyes shrunk back, like I don't even know what this is. But yeah, is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Ronnie.
Oh, shit, son.
Both of these hit. Total is going to be 16 points of force damage on the big guy.
Are you arrows? Is that what this is? Or are you shooting him?
Yeah, I'm shooting at him, but I use Planar Warrior as a bonus
Force
action
damage.
that converts weapon damage to force damage, and then also gives me an extra D8 of force damage.
Dope. Make an insight check, Ronnie.
Please be good. 19.
You're just like, you don't know still what's up with this forest. It's weird. Nobody's really tried to run, and that's just weird to you. They show up and they keep hitting you. They have some oath against you that you don't understand, and like, this guy's like clearly a lot down. But even the one that moved was just moving out of a damage radius. He wasn't.
Yeah.
When he came back, and it's like, why is this happening? This is effing weird.
Why is this happening?
It's just like ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
They like if they're getting, you know, their shit wrecked, they can easily just flee. They can just
Well, and with that insight, you also know that ghosts tend to exist for a reason,
yeah.
and it's just more
guys don't-
shit in this forest that you're like, I don't like this. I hate all of this. It is, first it's the black cloak and then the other one, but neither of them get to regenerate, so they're just, you know, there. And then, yeah, Alabroth, it is your turn.
Alright, since the mace was doing something, I'm going to go ahead and bop it again.
Yep.
So, let's...
Bop it. Twist it.
Pull it.
That's an 11 to hit. That's an 11 to hit with the mace.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Alright, okay, bonus action, I'm going to have spiritual weapon
Yep.
come play, so... That's going to be a 10. Okay.
All of a sudden, very evasive ghost.
Yeah,
I'm just like, you look at
those
your...
are all bad rolls.
You got distracted by the pretty words on the axe, and you're like, try hard. What does that even mean? And then you miss.
Okay,
And then
then.
you're like, okay, well, that sucks.
Well, that sucks. Yes.
Make me a Constitution saving throw, just because I know you've taken damage and I haven't had you roll them to keep
No
one
concentration
ever
less.
Like,
I can be good
people
about it,
that
but not
play
lately.
D&D for a
Seven.
living.
Bless
Seven.
drops.
Huh?
Bless drops.
Sorry, guys.
I mean, it did
It
some
did
good.
a lot of good.
Yeah, it did.
There are several rolls that would not
Can
be
I
it.
do anything else? Nope. I think I'm.
Yeah, I definitely had one roll that would
Yeah.
not have made it without bless.
Run it.
Alright, he's going to
9.
move up here next to Octavia. This counts as flanking, right?
No.
Are you sure? It's behind.
There's nothing directly. You guys are a
There's
bunch of melee characters anyway.
There's a corpse. That's
Yeah,
is the corpse threatening? It can't be.
was an ally
Yeah,
of the
she
ghost, so no, that doesn't
Look.
I mean, I get it, but like,
Wait.
you do have an ally within 5 feet of him, so if you hit, you do get sneak attack.
Okay, that's true.
You just don't have advantage on the roll.
Okay. Oh, okay. I was just worried about the sneak attack.
Yeah, you can sneak
Let's
attack.
go. Kill it.
No.
Balls.
No, that's nothing.
Wait.
Hold on.
12?
No.
Almost, actually, but not quite. But you can attack again.
No, that was worse. That was so much worse.
I'm gonna pray on
I was
this.
actually just thinking,
Go to
I'm
jail.
like,
You get
I
a
feel like
little,
the
like,
advantage
close
would
to
be-
it, and it's so windy.
more important.
It's very windy up here.
I
I mean, the thought.
Yeah. It's broader.
the king is going
Bad wind. Angry
to
wind.
look at Ronnie for a second and then be like, no, I know who I am, and move behind Ronnie. Like, he got the little guy, but he's not.
He's like, I did a thing and I'm good
Like,
now.
he recognizes that if you're here to protect him, then intentionally endangering himself too much is a severe disservice to the rest of you. So, yeah. So he's gonna stay back there.
My free action to tell him that if he needs it, I have a healing potion on my belt.
He's like, oh, let's hope we don't get the good to know. Thank you.
Yeah,
And that's
good to
his
know.
turn. Top of them is the ghosty guy, who's now just pretty focused on Alabroth because he's mad.
Wonderful.
This one's called Epic Moment Cinematic. I think that's gonna work out.
The first one is a 19.
Do not like.
Oh, that was plus, like, yeah, so he hits you. It's only 12 points of damage, though. And the second one...
12, you say?
I was like,
Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna work
The
out
second
for
one
us.
does hit, but he rolled snake eyes, so, and the second one doesn't have a
Oh my god.
bonus, so
I'm on the
just
wrong
2
page.
more
There we go.
after that.
Okay then.
And make me 2 wisdom saving throws.
Hang on, I was- Ugh, I hate-
13 plus 9.
You said just 2 more points of damage?
Yeah.
Okay. And wisdom saving
13
throws.
plus
Yep.
9.
Okay, natural 20 on the first one,
That will be enough. for the
Get
first
wrecked.
and a 1.
one.
Two ends of the spectrum. What?
A 20 and then a 1.
With a 1,
You look too happy.
I'm so happy. You hear a voice that almost seems to be coming from your weapon.
Oh,
That's
no.
Like, kill them all. You, under a condition known as berserk, and we'll get into that as that happens. Yes. So that's the end of his
Murder
turn.
this dude.
Octavia. You don't hear the voice.
I don't know what that. I don't know that happened.
You don't know that happened.
I don't know that happened. I'm gonna just whack this guy.
Yeah.
Does Alabroth still count as an ally?
Y'all see Albrot's
Threatening.
eyes roll back like a crocodile.
Fantastic.
I didn't like that. I really didn't like that.
Yes, he
Is threatening him.
well, because the other guy doesn't know about anything happening either.
Okay.
So, yeah.
22, 3, something to hit.
Uh-huh.
9 points of damage. $19 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Another 8 points of damage, so 15 total.
Mhm.
So then bonus action. 20 something to hit.
Okay.
Another 9 points of damage, so 24 total.
Okay. Was there fire in that one or no?
It was not fire, it was bludgeoning, but it's magical.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's starting to look really rough. He does not shrink. He actually takes damage, and it's more like, he doesn't bleed, but you can see, like, wounds, they just don't bleed. Does that make
yeah.
sense?
Weird.
Yeah, it's not great.
How do bruises manifest on a ghost?
I think they're very the same.
I think it
way
depends on how
manifest
windy the
you,
ghost
Cass.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I got a tan this summer.
Me too. Ronnie, that's you.
The tan got
What's it called again? Planar Warrior, force damage. A 19 and a 22 respectively.
My arms.
And then 23 total points of force damage.
How much total?
23.
23. Dope. He's looking really, really rough. Hang on, math. Okay. Okay. It's at the end of your turn.
Yes.
Alabroth, it is your turn.
So I'm not,
Right now you're normal.
I'm normal. Okay.
That just something happened. You don't know what it was, but like you take your turn as normal.
See, that scares me more than something happening.
I really should.
I would like to hit him with Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
That's going to be a 26 to hit
Mm-hmm.
and 4d6 of radiant damage. So 11, 13, 18 points of radiant damage.
That is a significant hit, and he looks to be very, very rough. And
So, and in bonus action, I'm going to have Spiritual Weapon go over there and bop him.
okay.
I want a Spiritual Weapon in here. Clear that. That's a 20 plus 9. 22 to hit.
That does hit.
1d8 plus 5. 10 points of force damage.
How do you want to do this?
Hey, get him!
Okay, so apparently I'm berserk, so no words when I cast my spell this time. I just and blast him with Guiding Bolt. As he gets hit, Spiritual Weapon comes in from behind and just cracks him.
It just 1-2 punch this guy. Just lays
been a
him
lot of
out.
that.
And you feel
Yeah.
like really good about the radiant damage because
Yeah.
radiant and fire, and so it just kind of slowly like collapses into the ground, but you feel like it is dead. And normally you would think that initiative we'd be out of initiative, and then you hear that voice again. It seems to still emanate from your axe, and it says, "Oh no, we're not finished." And we'll have the second half of this battle next time.
No!
I hope you enjoyed our session. Please tune in 2 weeks from today, and we'll see what happens next with the strong guys. Maybe 2 strong guys. Thank you for hanging out, and as we always love to say around here, keep on nerding. Incredible.
The least enthusiastic we've ever done that. That is unfortunate.